Good evening and welcome to the 12th meeting of fiscal year 2026 of the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to now call the meeting to order and begin by introducing the members of the board and our staff. If you'd like to begin.
Maggie Oldfield, member.
Jim Davis, member.
Cheryl Tagayas, secretary.
And Meredith Hall serving as chair. Sean Fahey will be joining us shortly. And for staff this evening, we have Avanti, if you'd like to introduce.
Yeah, Avante, assistant director.
Liz?
Ms. Manning, planning director.
Great, thank you and welcome to all. For administrative items, we don't have any meeting minutes. I know Cheryl's working on those. So our future meeting dates, we have currently, our next regular scheduled meeting will be on February 12th and February 26th. Normal meeting time, 7 p.m. And then
Recording in progress.
Liz, your staff update.
Thank you so much. So the first item on my staff update is we did a coordination meeting with the DPW, building department, fire was invited, and the Conservation Commission as well to talk about the status of the permit review for 728 Randolph. So I've got some notes out of that. I'm gonna be sharing those with the different attendees and essentially just trying to play the role of facilitating communication among the different departments and following up on any of the conditions of approval from the comprehensive permit for that project. The Trustlow Residences, which is another comprehensive permit project, 936 Brush Hill Road. That lottery is now open for the 5 rental units at 80% of AMI. I included the link in the memo to the information on the lottery. And I guess that lottery takes place March 23rd, 2026. Boston to Blue Hills, there was a very well-attended meeting 2 weeks ago, I guess the night of our last meeting. I attached the slides from that presentation that you can take a look at when you have an opportunity. They're soliciting public feedback during the month of February, so if there was a desire to put together some comments or what have you, we could do that at a February meeting if that's what the board would like to do.
Before you move on, I went to the website and I didn't see a place to submit comments. So that's one thing, and then the other thing is they had like 6 options in the slide deck. I wasn't able to attend the meeting. So it seemed like a couple of them didn't have bike lanes. Is that what your understanding is? A couple of those options did not include bike lanes?
Honestly, I'd have to go back and look at it more carefully to see
Okay.
which I know that there were different options based on prioritizing different types of uses. And I think maybe one of them was, to sort of like grab that center area and kind of utilize it as a shared pathway and what have you. So that may have impacted the ability to have the 2 dedicated bike lanes. I honestly am not 100%.
I also didn't see a recording of that meeting.
Yeah.
And the slide deck is not a very good standalone. Like if you didn't attend the meeting, I didn't find it easy to
Link to the meeting would be.
yeah, if they recorded that meeting, that would be helpful. Because I do think we should provide comment on it.
Sure.
And I think residents should be, I know there was a lot of information that went out in advance about that meeting, but maybe even a posting of a link to the presentation and a link to where comments can be sent for residents as well as for us would be really helpful.
Yeah, because my main concern on that project is the removal of the middle. So it's Blue Hill Parkway. So it's a through a park, that was originally designed by DCR. And it's the entrance and the gateway to the Blue Hills. So it really should remain more green space. So I'm not for, removing any green space or trees down the center. I'm all for bike lanes, increasing access, but not at the expense of the removal of trees and green spaces, because we should really keep it as it was originally designed.
And I would say that as one who rides that bike lane, people drive fast. And there was a person killed on a bike on the Parkway where there's a white bicycle down close to, I think, the Elliott Street intersection. So I think I did see that part of the goal was to improve safety and decrease speed, which I think is wonderful. So I would like to know which of those they think works the best for that, for including a bike lane though. I absolutely think it's, how do you increase access? That's part of what they said was that people don't own cars. And people may very well be able to pick up a blue bike and ride from Mattapan Square. And so I do think safe bike lanes are really important.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a shared path.
Let's
You
put
know,
it
that
on the agenda
shared
maybe on a
path.
future, we can send that link out.
Sure,
and
yep, absolutely.
Discuss that, okay, good.
So let's see, so there was a meeting with the Shade Tree Advisory Committee, that was last week. And they were not aware of the street tree guidelines that are in the East Milton Design Guidelines. So I offered to share that with them as a best practice. We just sort of discussed in general similar themes around the green parkways and the assorted intersections and rights of way and how that lends the pastoral feel to the town and, and efforts to maintain that. And so they were looking specifically for locations. So that would be another thing to talk about maybe at an upcoming meeting if there have been projects or if there have been areas that you really think could really benefit. They're looking for some feedback on
In front of the Goddard School, where their plants, their trees, the neighbors have continued to come back to say that they've died, right?
Well, that's the responsibility of the Goddard School.
Understood, but it doesn't help the neighbors that there's no trees.
Yeah. That's an enforcement issue.
That's on Central Avenue.
And so can we get an accounting of, what goes into the shade tree account? So, when a project happens, not just, it's really not here, but at Concom, they, when there's a removal of a lot of trees, especially in the do not disturb and buffer, they collect the money.
Yep.
So can we get an accounting of that? And then who's responsible for spending that down and choosing the locations for those trees?
Mhm.
Because one of the projects that we worked hard on is the memory care. And something like 500 trees are being removed, and ideally the replacement of those trees should be in the neighborhood because that neighborhood will be severely impacted.
Mhm.
So my fear is that someone who may not be aware of the discussion had at the planning board, that they might just start allocating or spending money on trees elsewhere in town.
Mhm.
So it'd be nice to see, I know that at the Milton's 350th anniversary, which is now probably 10 years old, but they had an infusion of money for trees. And then it'd be nice to see how much of that budget was spent, where it was spent, how much of it is remaining, and who's in charge of overseeing that. I haven't seen any budget or any line item. I think during town meeting, we maybe put some money, the DPW does allocate some money for trees. But is that the same account that, say, like Concom gets?
Or the memory care is gonna pay
Yes,
into, because they're gonna write a sizable check for those trees.
It would be nice to know where that money actually goes, how it's spent. It's a good call. Seems like it all just goes into a black hole.
Good.
It's a good call.
Okay, Liz, anything?
So
You're on.
last two items were just Avanti and I had met with Alex Sasha from the Climate Action Committee to get updated on that, the efforts of that group. There is a grant deadline coming up March 20th, 2026. I think he's hopeful that the town will submit a grant to complete the climate action plan.
So is that for consultants?
I believe so, yes, to finalize, I guess from the way it's been sort of characterized to me, that the committee sort of under its own steam has been able to generate a good amount of this plan, but this would sort of bring it over the finish line. And I don't know if it's technical expertise that they require sort of beyond the volunteers on the committee at this point. So that's literally the extent of what I've uncovered so far.
So Maggie, you're on that. I thought there was funding for that already.
There's some funding, but they're also looking for grants, so I didn't go to the last meeting because it was the same night as our planning board.
Mhm.
But they're also looking for funding for outreach, because they
Okay.
do feel like we don't have the experience or expertise on that to do the community outreach. And we didn't want to go too far down a path, writing a plan, and then go to the public and then get, all sorts of input and then have to rework all the work that we've done. So Alex, I commend Alex and Ron Israel have really taken the lead on this committee. So their efforts have been substantial.
And then the final item is a community compact IT grant, which is being spearheaded by Michael White out of the building department, but Avanti's been working with him to figure out how to get a good plan together to digitize the planning board files. So hopefully that money will come through and we'll have get some of that underway.
Fantastic.
Great. Do you know if there's grant funding available to have a system? I know other communities have you can go to the website, and if you're interested in information about a particular project and where it is in the pipeline of ours, you can go to the planning board and find some information, and then you have to go separately to the building department to find information. But other communities, it's a more streamlined way to track a project. And so if you're an interested neighbor, that you don't have to navigate to multiple departments like Concom, et cetera. Like it'll say where it is in the process.
That's nice.
In a sort of centralized database.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the software is offhand, but if that's something that there's grant funding for, I think that would really be terrific.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, my inclination starting the job was to do everything in permitize. So at least sort of like starting here, moving forward. So DPW planning and building are all in permitize and can be in permitize. I don't know about Concom. But that doesn't help with the older stuff necessarily, so
Right.
it helps with the current permits to be able to track it that way through permitize. I don't know how much is available to the public, because I see through a different portal as a staff member. Yeah, so I think permitize can do some of it, and then, yeah.
So there's the internal use of it, but then there's also the public aspect of it. Like Maggie reached out to me recently about the 711 Randolph Ave 40B. And because of my longevity, I had information about that project. But it seems as if that that information should be available. So if that neighbor, or if neighbors to that project, wanted to look up some aspect of the permitting, that they'd be able to find it. Right, so.
And I want to thank Cheryl, because I reached out to the building department first, Avante, who was kind enough to try and help find it, but he couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. I reached out to ZBA, and I said, well, who else would know? And Cheryl got it to me like the quickest. So I thank you for that. But you're 100% right. It's nowhere to be found.
That was just a recent example, but there's other times I've wanted to go back and look at a permit that might be 10 years old. And, I have found that with personnel changes, like where the information lies, if it's like in a shared folder, like it used to be a Dropbox folder where we don't have access to those any longer. And then certain OneDrive folders we don't have access to any longer. So I have saved a lot of digital records in my own Dropbox, and that's where I was able to access this on 7-Eleven, but I don't have everything. And I wish over the years I would have saved everything, so that I would know that I would have access to it, because it is a problem to go back and get it. So having everything in a place would be wonderful. So I hope that
Someone
that's.
from, somebody representing the owner at 7-Eleven recorded a document that piled every single decision one on top of the other and sort of gave like a table of contents, because somebody must have needed it within the last like 6 months. So there's like 6 or 7 decisions all piled one on top of the other for that project. So that at least is on the registry website. Like honestly, a lot of times that's where I default first, because I know that that's sort of like when the rubber hits the road with the financing and things like that. So, but yeah, so that project in particular is particularly complicated. I was trying to get a copy of the decision myself, and it just, it didn't, it wasn't easy to come by.
As it ended up being challenged and all the way up to the state Supreme Court, right? The other thing is that I found too, and this might be just something we can talk about, more good practice things, but the special permits don't always have the final plans attached to them, or all the final documents that are referenced in the permit themselves. And so then you say, okay, well, here's the permit, but where's the drawings that are associated with the permit? So I do think it's, given that there's typically changes in the composition of the board and staff over time, that it's really having a central database that's easy to use would be terrific. And I'm sure it'll be really helpful to the building commissioner who has to enforce them, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely, and I know we've talked about that before, so that's. All right. Good, Liz, thank you very much. So we now, we have, next on our agenda is public comment. And I don't see anyone here this evening, but if there's anyone online, if you could raise your hand, if there's any comments from the public, we would take them at this time. Let me know if you see.
I've got 3 attendees, but I don't see any raised hands.
Okay. All right, so moving on, the next item on our agenda is the MBTA Community Zoning Economic Feasibility Analysis with MAPC. MAPC could not make it this evening, and when I spoke to Liz, we thought, before we button that up, it would be really good to have them join us before we voted to send anything forward to HLC.
So I had asked at the last meeting about whether we could get them to provide a memo about all of the options. So I know Liz sent me an email today, and I'm hoping we can talk about that tonight. So that if maybe they can have the memo done by the time they come to us.
Yeah, maybe with our, when we get to some of the budgeting things a little bit later, we could discuss that. Then we can not keep Carolyn, and we also have John Zickowitz on the call, unless you'd rather discuss it.
Well,
Real quickly,
I would just, since it's like $750, I'd just like to say that I think it's worth $750 to have that memo drafted. And I'd just like to make a motion that we allocate from our budget funds to do that, so that work can get going, so that we can have it with the report for our next meeting. Would you take that
I'm fine
motion?
with that, yes, because
I'll second that motion.
that's great. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Good, and that'll be nice to have that. I hadn't heard the cost of it yet, so that's why I was, but that's great. Seems very useful. So anything else, Liz, on that item that you would wanna talk about, or we're gonna put them on for our next?
Yeah, I think we'll be in good shape on the 12th. We'll have them here and we'll loop with the Affordable Housing Trust folks and the selectmen and what have you. So we'll have that memo. We've got that that engine, that spreadsheet engine that goes to EOHLC. So I think we've checked all the boxes, hopefully.
Great,
Thank you for following up on those items.
that's great. Okay, so next item is our sign bylaw zoning amendment. And we have our attorney from KP Law, Carolyn Murray, here with us this evening. And we also have John Zikowitz, who can we bring him in?
He's in the room as a panelist. Oh,
He's
here he
in,
is.
okay, great. Oh, there he is, okay, great. Welcome, John, thank you for joining us this evening. And
Sure,
Carol,
happy to be here.
yes, John Zikowitz, John, if you want to introduce yourself. you can introduce yourself.
John Zikowitz, I'm the current chair of the Milton Sign Review Committee.
And Carolyn?
Sorry, yes.
I think I introduced you, but yes.
Carolyn Murray from KP Law's Town Council.
Thank you. And thank you so much for quickly turning this document around
Sure.
for us. So we've had a chance to sort of look at it. Liz and I had an opportunity to go through the revised draft with John last evening. We were able to go through and sort of answer and get some clarification on what is the current practice really of what is happening at the sign review board. So what I thought we would do is we could sort of quickly go through like page by page as we did last evening. And John, feel free to jump in at any time, and Liz and Carolyn and other members as well. I think on the first page, the only thing we did not talk about last night, which I actually had thought and just wanted to get the opinion of the board, I think one of Carolyn's comments under the definition of billboard sign, you said we could really, we could just keep it, just the first part of that without having to go into, which does not advertise a business or a profession. We could simply just say, from the revised version, we could just prohibit any sign greater than 50 square feet or covering more than 20% of a wall area, period. And I think that is sufficient. I think we could take out
All the rest. Now, I know there was one or two signs that folks were questioning and we didn't want to harm, or how big was this existing sign? So is 50 square feet sufficient?
I think that's what John felt that would be a sufficient number. John, do you recall the size of 1200 Brush Hill Road?
I don't, but I could probably, if you give me a minute, I could probably find it.
Yeah, I think I might
So why
have.
don't we keep talking and I'll look in my
All right.
files.
I'm just curious.
It's about 100,
It's what?
about 100 square feet.
It's about 100 square feet. So
That's
Okay.
if I'm reading that properly, do you want to double check that, John?
Yep. I'll
and I
take
think
a look.
they had wanted it even larger. I feel like 50 is a
What,
good number.
Liz, what year was that, Liz? You have a year on that?
I want to say 21. Does that sound right?
Could be.
I've just got the image up and it's it was 10 by, I can't read it that well, I gotta zoom in.
Didn't the sign come before this board for the entryway to 1200 Brush Hill Road when I first got on?
It was
Is that what we're talking about, or is this
when they
something
demolished, it came because they tore down the stone walls.
So 14 and a half by 8.5?
Okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
And that's affixed to the wall. That's
on,
not
I can show, do
freestanding.
you want me to show it? I actually have it.
Yeah, if you could, that
That's
would be
about 120, that's about 123, but I mean, that's a very unusual sign. We've never had anything. That's just because they had such a large wall.
Right.
Yeah.
So John, would you have preferred to have something in there saying 50 feet so it would not have been so large?
No, we actually looked at it smaller and it just looked really odd on the building.
Okay.
So it was more because of the size of the building and the wall they were putting it on that it looked better at that size than if you had something really small, it would have been ridiculous.
And I think maybe that plays into where there's discretion of the sign review committee to allow something larger if you think it's more appropriate. So maybe we should,
But this is a definition
a
of a
billboard,
billboard, right? So I think, do you know, John, are there other standard definitions of a billboard based on size?
No, I don't, because actually we talked about this last night and I was kind of surprised we even have a billboard sign in our bylaws, but so we really don't have many billboards. And the ones we've tried, the ones that have tried to go up, there's been a lot of fighting against them.
Right, that, which is, I think,
Yeah,
what the prior town, or planning director had said, we should address billboards in our sign bylaw, where this would prohibit them. So the question is, what are we prohibiting by definition? And in this case, it would be by definition, 50 square feet or larger. So it sounds like then that would have prohibited the one we were referring to. So my question
Right.
is, on a prohibited one, is there, there's always a room for
appeal.
an appeal or a variance, or no?
Yes.
Is it prohibited
Yes.
or prohibited?
There is under your bylaw, yes.
Okay, so, so that does give discretion then.
Is there one under this bylaw?
It's actually just generically in the zoning bylaw, you allow for, well, dimensional variances or use variances are allowed either by state law, but you also explicitly allow them in your zoning bylaw. But, you know, if we're looking to prohibit billboards, and I know we focused a lot last time on signs, or size rather, of the sign. The billboard isn't so much defined by its size as it is by the fact that it is commercial advertising of something that is not on the same premises. You know, that's why I added that other
Right.
language in, that it's purely advertising, not associated with or as accessory to what is located on the premises, and then also further regulated by the Outdoor Advertising Board. So if you add that language in, I think there's no question what you're looking to prohibit, versus if you just say any sign greater than 50 square feet, well, then are we going to prohibit all signs greater than 50 square feet, regardless of whether it is a true billboard, pure advertising, or whether it is, you know, a self-storage place, or, you know, a school or church that comes in and wants to put up a large sign. And then where you do allow for dimensional and use variances, you could see where a billboard company could really try to circumvent the whole process by saying, well, we're going to get a variance. Now, it's a tall hill to climb, but they could try to do it. So one other thought is, if you truly don't want to allow anything beyond just a dimensional variance, we could build into this sign bylaw that there shall be no use variances pertaining to signs, so that that gives you an extra layer of protection against a billboard.
Yeah, because I don't consider this a billboard. I mean, this is just a sign for the business that's within the
Right.
building.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So
but
that
if-
would not be affected by this definition then?
Well, it would be if we were only going to define a billboard as being 50 square feet or more.
Right.
Oh, right.
Right.
No, I think it needs to keep the other part of that definition.
Keep the whole
Correct.
thing in there. Okay,
Okay.
all right, I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
And then the next item, moving devices, I think the area of signs. And that, we did learn that the practice is that they only the measurements are taken from just one side, not the combination of both
Okay.
sides for
Okay.
sign area.
Which is a little different from what your current bylaw says in the business district. So is that's,
Yeah,
it's likely, well, I suppose it's not gonna make a bunch of commercial signs non-conforming. They're actually gonna benefit if they've got a double face sign now and their sign area has included both faces. And now we're gonna say we only count the area occupied by one face. They get some extra sign area potentially.
Wouldn't this replace the current signage provisions in the commercial districts?
It would,
Yeah.
but again, if you've got an existing building that,
Right.
let's say you've got an existing business now, and for the sake of argument, let's say it's got two 25 square foot signs and they're face to face, and let's suppose the maximum signage allowed is 50 square feet. Well, right now with that one face to face sign, they're at their maximum 50 square feet. If we now only count that sign, that two face sign is 25 square feet, we've now opened up an additional 25 square feet of signage for that particular business, just as a hypothetical.
This is a good example, the citizens one. Because there's multiple signs on that property where, I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna trigger it or anything, but it looks like they took advantage, of.
the East Milton or the Milton Village?
This is the East Milton one.
Yeah.
But it's just showing, some of
It's really yeah.
just the various signage, like, so, I mean, that just popped to mind when you made that comment, Carolyn, that would be like potentially a situation where, by not counting both sides of those freestanding signs. I thought we counted both sides of freestanding signs, but I think the practice has been, it's just the one side of the freestanding sign.
That's what,
Sorry about that.
And did John have thoughts about that?
Yeah, that's the way we've been reviewing it as the surface of one side.
We've only worked on two of these, but both times the max area, it doesn't seem like it seems like a lot of times like the max area doesn't necessarily even get approached. Is that
Right.
fair? Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. Yeah, especially when you have multiple signs, you have a lot of those buildings that have freestanding buildings, that their length of their facades gives them a lot of square footage, but they don't ever come close to it.
Mhm.
So we tend to review it aesthetically. Does the sign look the right size for where it's going to be? Is it legible? Is it visible from a car? Those are the kind of things we look at.
I think my experience is that a freestanding sign is categorically different than a building mounted sign. A building mounted sign does fall, it's only the face of the sign, but I remember permitting pylon signs, through the years, and they measure the face of one side, not the face of both sides, I think, which is consistent, I think, with what John's talking about.
Okay, so we'll just, is everyone good with that? We'll keep it
Okay.
one side, okay. Or if this is now the time to speak, if we wanna change that. Yes, we'll just have to have that, so we would just say, if a sign contains two faces back to back, only one face is counted towards
That change.
the sign. Okay, great. And then page 2, there were no comments on that. No comments on page 3.
The only thing,
Oh, yeah,
as I
yeah.
reread this, On page 3, if there's no objection, I know we say under applicability that we're not regulating the content of any, or the message of any sign. I do want to tie this back to what we say under paragraph 1B about freedom of speech. I do think we want to just reemphasize, we're not regulating non-commercial speech under the First Amendment, because every now and again, the ACLU will send a love letter to local communities to tell them what's wrong with their sign bylaw.
Oh,
So I want to avoid that.
okay, great.
So
That's
I'll
I'm fine
wordsmith that a little bit,
Yeah.
okay?
On page 4, there were just a couple of things that were highlighted. Number 3, for commercial uses, product dispensers and point of purchase displays, provided they are not affixed to a business window or transparent door. And John had just sort of asked, what does that mean? Your point of purchase displays, your product dispensers, what were we referring to in that? And we had sort of explained, I guess I would say, if we talked about mannequins in a window, or it could be a jewelry store, I was thinking a jewelry store, and you'd have displays of, some of the items in the window, but they're not affixed. Did we want to add anything more clarifying on those? I don't exactly know what a product dispenser would be. Is that?
I don't know what was intended here. I mean, my first thought
No.
was, I was thinking of like a soda or a water machine, that
Right.
you can see.
Right.
But
Yeah, I guess that would be a case with drinks in it or something.
that doesn't count as a sign, even if it's plastered in Coca-Cola or Dasani or whatever's on the side of it. We're not considering that to be a sign.
Right. Is everyone good with
I
that?
think that'd be a common interpretation everywhere.
Yeah.
A dispenser, it's not a sign.
Right. So these are under the exempt, for those who are listening. And then under
Wait, can I
Yeah,
ask
yeah.
about exempt,
Yeah.
before we move on? What about the island signs? Businesses take over.
Adopt a highway,
Yeah, so my
beautification thing.
understanding is Marina, the DPW director, wants to keep the island signs. Well, they are under her control, and she approves them, so I just wanna make sure that we're allowed to have them somewhere.
I'll add that, arguably that could possibly be under number 1. I don't know that they're necessarily required by the local government, but I know businesses like to get the benefit of the good
Right.
neighbor and goodwill. So maybe under Roman numeral 15, where we have warning signs, no trespassing, slippery when wet, maybe we could add the adopt an island signs there, or just add a standalone adopt an island sign. Do you want them to be a minimum size, however? I guess.
Well, so I have adopt island signs, and I've had mine for quite a number of years. And I have noticed that the newer ones seem to be bigger, and they are more like job signs.
I was gonna
They're
say,
not necessarily like true island signs.
we have some that are very nice quality, and then lately we've been seeing some that look like, a
Just stuck it in
contractor,
the
they're just
ground.
stuck in on,
Yes. So I don't know,
So
I know
that should be something.
the DPW reaches out to the businesses to confirm that we still wanna take care of the island. So I don't wanna step on their toes.
So is there a committee then that actually approves the adopt an island, or says, okay, this is the island you've adopted, and then they look at the sign?
No, so there's it's in the DPW, and it's a staff member. And it never really was reviewed or updated with any regularity. I do feel like the past 2 years, though, I have been receiving emails saying, are you still, confirming that you're still, taking
Interested.
care of this island? One island I have a sign, one island I don't, well, 2 islands, I take care of 3. One I have a sign, 2 I do do not currently, because they've been hit by trucks. But I just am wondering if there should be some type of parameters on them,
Well, we could do something like,
but I don't wanna overstep the DPW's.
no, what I was going to say is we could say, we could add adopt an island signs as approved by the Department of Public Works, whoever that might be, and that might change from year to year. We could also say, and provided the sign is no larger than, like we have some 2 square foot limits for other types of signs. Is that reasonable, or should we allow a little bit larger? I don't.
And that would probably be a double-sided sign.
Yes, but we are only gonna count a single face.
So that brings it down to that other one where the size, so while we're talking about a size, 9 square feet, but then only 1.5 by 1.5
Right.
that you flag. I was looking up, it seems like a standard real estate sign is 18 by 24, which would be 3 square feet. So
That's what I was gonna say.
yeah, so I was thinking then that could apply to the adopt an island size too, because that seems, and I still think it requires DPW because, size might impact visibility or location impact visibility.
Right.
And so, what might work in one island might not work in another island. But I still think we could put a max of the realtor size sign.
Mhm.
But I do think the average job sign is bigger than,
The ones that I have are about the size of a realtor sign, they have a metal frame.
yes, yeah.
But I was just thinking, the only reason why I wanna go a little bit bigger is to encourage more people to adopt an island. You have a bigger sign, your business is a little well-known. It just puts you out there more, hey, look, I'm adopting this island, and isn't it great, here's my, even if it was the 3x3, I'd be happy with. I don't have a problem with the 16 by 24, you said, 2 square feet.
18 by
but
24?
18. If we went a little bigger, I wouldn't have a problem with it, only for that reason. Just to promote
Yep.
businesses to take over an island. It's a nice thing to do.
But then I was thinking there are certain, I feel like there are some architects, when they go and do put their sign on, their signs tend to be much larger, and they're very nice signs, they're more robust. They're not just like the job sign, the metal frame job sign.
They're very nice.
They're-
Made out of 4x4s, they're just
Yeah,
a wooden sign.
they're very, very nice signs, but they are bigger.
They're bigger.
And I don't know the size of them, and I was trying to think where I've seen them lately, but there's a few that,
So temporary, those would be,
those are job signs.
but they're they would be under the temporary
Temporary.
sign, so maybe we should address that under the temporary.
Well, this
Do
is
they
under,
fall under
sorry.
15?
yes, yeah,
Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
yes, yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I
yes.
wouldn't, I guess I wouldn't make a decision about a size without consultation with the DPW director.
And there might
because-
be some islands that can't accommodate a 9 square foot sign. Maybe they have to be small because of what you said about visibility. Maybe we max it at 9, but leave it up to the DPW.
Yeah, but this isn't necessarily just an adopt an island sign, these are job signs, like,
Well, you could
Right.
break them out as 2 separate things.
Yep. Mhm. Like a
But I
contractor
do think it could be
sign.
larger than the 1.5.
I think the 1.5 needs to,
Needs to go up to 2, right?
I don't even think that, I don't know why it matters. If we just said 3 square feet, like, do we care if there's a?
Did you say, Cheryl, though, that the dimension was 18 by 24?
That's what I looked up
So 24
online.
would be the 2, as opposed to 1.5 feet. So would it have to be 2 feet in either direction? 2 feet in any direction?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's gonna get you to 4 square feet, max.
Square feet, even whatever they use for dimensions, and it's a maximum of 4 square feet probably.
Well, you have
works.
both here right now. You could do one or the other if you wanted, right? But I mean, if it's gonna max out at 4 if it's 2 in either direction.
Yeah, a 2x2 sign in an island is pretty large.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I just think we could put 3 square feet in both cases, not without giving a dimension, a linear dimension or a height dimension. It doesn't,
Yeah, because some islands are more conducive to a square as opposed to a rectangle, or even an oval, or a circle.
But that would be a
What
bit
example?
large for a 3x3 for an island sign?
no, 3 square feet.
Oh, 3 square feet, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
thought we was.
No,
18 by
I
18.
don't, yeah, I just think where these are exempt, we don't want exempt signs to be too large. You know, that,
Yeah.
in my view. Because they're not getting any review.
Right.
Although from what you say, we can put in about the DPW, because of the safety factor of that, I think it's important.
But you could still limit the size too.
Yeah.
And then that brings us back to 15. And I agree, I think it makes sense to strike the, no larger than 1.5 feet in any one dimension. The question is, do you want to limit those types of for sale or for lease signs to 3 square feet?
I think the exempt ones, yes, if somebody wanted to do a different kind of sign that's not exempt, then they can come and apply.
Okay. So we're good with 3 square feet there as well?
So when we're talking those signs, we're just talking about the information that, because a lot of times they're on a post and a bracket and there's something hanging below the bracket. So I'm assuming this is just the piece that's hanging below the bracket.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, are we good on?
And then I'll just,
Can I ask a
Oh,
question on that though? So those signs they're like realtor signs, contractor signs, and we're gonna limit them to 3 square feet. So they can be 18 inches by 18 inches. And if somebody uses this,
18 by 20.
That would get you to 3.
Which is about the size of a realtor sign, the metal ones that stick in the ground.
Yeah.
Typical.
is that enough? The only reason I bring it up is because if not, anybody that's bigger than that, we're gonna have so many signs, applications
Right,
coming in,
it's gotta
and these are temporary. These are, they're gone 14 days after whatever's finished. So if we're too restrictive, we're just gonna create a lot of work
it's a fair point.
for
Yeah.
our.
Yeah, we don't wanna do that. Is that what you looked up?
I
It was
looked up
consistent?
another, so there was another sign, let me just see
I
if I
was
still
gonna
have it.
Measure, I can get exact measurements of what Coldwell Baker is the majority of the realtor sign, I think a lot of the realtor signs.
It's, but 24 by 36 is, it says is another common size, but that's,
That's pretty big, right?
that's,
It's 2 by 3.
that's,
I think that might be
6
what
square
Coldwell
That's
Banker
kind
has,
of
is 2 by
big.
3.
6 square feet.
a 6, that's
Because it's
double the.
rectangle, it's not square, it's a
double the
rectangle.
size.
Leaning towards the 9 because of what Maggie said about the contractor who makes his specialty sign. It's a nice look. Do we want that guy coming in to get a permit to put that up?
That's all I'm worried
It's a good
about,
point.
that there'll be a lot of applications for permits if it's too tight.
Right.
So I don't think having that option will entice every realtor to go out and order bigger signs, or myself, I've got my signs already made, I put them on the lawn. I'm probably not gonna go order bigger ones just because I can. But for the guy that already has it or wants to do it, it makes it, maybe the architect wants to do it in conjunction with the contractor. So
So,
to give them that option without
so
making them commit.
you're saying you wanna just leave it at the 9 square feet? And not put in any dimensional?
Yeah,
9 is, but even if this says common is 24 by 36, that's 6 square feet. 9 is triple the size of what the standard is. That seems pretty big to make it exempt.
Yeah, I think 9's too big, but I just thought,
Maybe 6,
I just
but.
thought you don't wanna go too small.
And John, do you have an opinion about that?
I do not, no.
For those, for what it's worth, that's what pops up when you do a search of
I think
the
let's-
standard sizes.
Should we say, let's go with 6?
Yeah, I just thought 3 was too small.
And 9 seems too big.
Yeah.
Alright,
6. Okay. All right. And then
And no
just,
dimensional restrictions, right?
Correct.
and just to bring your attention to Roman numeral 17, talking about like swapping out a component of an existing sign with something of similar size and type. I know we talked about that at the last meeting, that the building commissioner should just be able to say, yep, that's good, let it go. But if anybody, I didn't want to gloss
John
over that without any
That-
discussion.
And John agreed with that.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's,
okay.
yeah.
And what if it's not just a component? What if it's a whole new sign? And it does not exceed the current size? Can you just replace it with a like kind sign?
Well, what you talked about at our last meeting was really, what I visualize as being, a location, a business that has multiple tenants, and Dunkin' Donuts moves out and Starbucks moves in, and it's just a one-for-one exchange in terms of the size of the sign going on an existing structure. We didn't talk about like replacing the whole structure. I think replacing the whole structure is a different matter altogether.
Okay, that's not what I understood from this one. I thought this was if there was a sign and it was falling apart and they wanted to get a new one, the building commissioner could just approve it.
That would work as well. If it was a case of disrepair, that you're absolutely right. Or if a tenant moves out and a new tenant comes in and they're just looking to put the same exact size on the, a same exact size of sign on the existing sign structure, they'd be allowed to just swap it out.
So that I do not have a problem with that. I think that
You do?
makes sense. I do not.
Oh,
I think that
okay.
makes perfect sense.
Okay, I think it was your suggestion, actually. But.
Just supporting myself over here.
At
Yeah,
least you're not contradicting yourself.
That is still yes.
So would that mean the sign that if a business moves out and I don't. So you're saying a business moves out of a storefront and a new business comes in, they can just put up a new sign without an approval from the sign review?
That was,
If they're just changing the lettering,
If it's the
Same
same
sign.
size?
different piece of plastic with different lettering. We didn't talk about
I think-
color though.
No.
Yeah, you could.
I think it has to
Yeah,
go back through the sign review.
I think it does too.
So,
okay,
if it's your same, but if it's Maggie, if it's her own person, like if it's the same business's sign and they're replacing it, repairing it, that, the building department. But if it's a whole new business coming in, they should still
Yes.
go through that same process.
okay, so we can change this to go back to John's comment about repair of an existing sign.
Yeah,
Again, by replacing it with same size, same type, but a new tenant going in
it's gonna
has
be
to
a
go
whole
for a new
different.
sign. Okay,
No matter how small the change. Basically, so we're
It's
saying.
gonna be, if it's a
'Cause-
different company, yeah.
Yeah, because we've had people come in and say, "Oh, a new tenant come in, new business come in," and they say, "Oh, we're matching the sign," but then the quality did not match what the last tenant had, and we need to talk to them about that. The previous sign might have had like some kind of nice carved wood sign, and they're coming in and putting up a piece of plastic with some plastic letters. It's the same size, but it's a total different look.
well, we did say same size and type, but maybe that's not enough.
That's not enough.
So do we want to strike it or just limit it to repairs of existing signs?
I think you can do repairs of existing signs, yes. Because we've also had some of those come through where a building owner, their sign is falling apart and they want to replace it, and they had to come see us when they could have just, gone to the building commissioner and just replaced it.
Yeah, all right, that makes sense.
And then on Roman numeral 15, or excuse me, actually 14. there was one thing that we discussed last night, Carolyn, that just where you have the LED price signs, LED digital displays, and neon tubes. We discussed that it's important to actually say an LED neon also. We had somebody to appeal a sign, oh, sorry.
It's on page, you on
Six.
page six?
Sorry.
At the top of page 6.
Okay,
What about 5?
Okay.
Did we skip
Oh,
5?
sorry,
Skip 5.
I'm out of order.
it starts at the
So-
bottom, but that's okay.
Yeah, because there's a couple things on 5.
Oh, yeah, there's a couple things, I'm sorry, I just had it out of order. Six. So hold that thought and
Okay.
let's go to 5. Under action, the first sentence you have here, action, John agreed with that. The building commissioner shall within 7 days, he thought that was great.
So Meredith, on page
Sorry.
5, I have prohibited signs. It
Sorry,
starts with C prohibited
On page
signs.
5, sorry. Okay. If you wanna go ahead, all right, sorry, under prohibited signs, all right, let me, that page. I think we agreed, Liz, if you wanna start walking through that, I'm just trying to.
So the
Yeah.
highlighted section, the number 5, under prohibited signs, which talks about the sandwich or the A-frame sign allowed under section 8H is not considered a portable sign. John, remind me, I think we were comfortable with that?
The sandwich or A-frame, yes.
Yes.
We talked a little bit about, like, it would be good to know how many sign permits, the sandwich sign permits get issued every year, just to kind of get a
Mhm.
sense. But yeah, I think we're all comfortable that it's handled under that section 8H. And
So
defined.
before we get to the next yellow highlight, I was thinking about number 9 and number 14. And I wanted to ask John about these prohibiting signs located on the roof of a building or extending above the building's roof line, and signs fabricated with letters, numbers, designs, or images consisting of an exposed or visible light source. I'm thinking like at the 1 Adams Street, the owner talked about possibly a brewery or a brew pub in their future plans. And just across the river, the Baker Chocolate headquarters has a sign mounted on the roof. They're in mill buildings like in Fort Point Channel neighborhood, the Boston Wharf Company sign on the top of the
Mhm.
building. So it seems like in limited places, it may be something that someone might be interested in, either of these types of signs. So I'm wondering if that should be by special permit rather than being prohibited. I wanted to see what your thoughts were, John.
Yeah, I agree, because you're right, down at the extra space storage. Yeah, on some of those older buildings, it can make sense to put it on like the cornice line or just above that. So yeah, by special permit probably is an excellent idea.
Right.
Okay, so that's number 9
Wait,
and number
just while we're
14.
there, and this is, if it already exists, we're not removing that.
No.
Because I have a sign on my building.
Well, and this was prohibiting those, and I thought, in thinking about it, I thought,
So you will now be non-conforming,
Yes,
officially
welcome to my
non-conforming.
world.
so there was a
That's
couple other things highlighted at the bottom here, but which weren't addressed by my comment, but.
Okay. Did you have another, was there another one?
No, I
That
just,
was
these items in yellow, I did not
Yep.
discuss those.
And I think, so under number 11, it was to create public safety hazard or concern in the opinion of the building commissioner. I think you were good with that, John?
Yes, that's the one I was talking about before, right?
Oh, sorry. And then number 13, signs illuminated by means other than indirect lighting such as reverse lit signs except by special permit under this bylaw. And that is where we were gonna also, John, you wanted to add
Internally illuminated.
internally illuminated by special permit, because there are we don't wanna make it the norm, but there are times when it would be appropriate to have something internally lit
And so internally illuminated, we want to be by special permit.
by special permit.
Okay. But we're not prohibiting internally illuminated. Unless we're saying that, are we calling internally illuminated signs? Are we saying that they are,
They're not allowed unless by special permit.
okay, because this is kind of awkwardly worded. If we say signs illuminated by means other than indirect lighting. So it seems we're saying if it's a direct light, it's allowed. Internally illuminated or reverse lit needs a special permit. And I think John's
Correct.
nodding his head.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what we're,
Okay.
Yes. That's what we're talking about.
I think this could be better worded now that
Okay,
we,
all
as
right,
opposed to, but so I'll work on wordsmithing that.
okay,
But internally illuminated will be special permit, okay?
Yes.
all right.
Thank you.
So then I think Meredith, you wanted to talk about
Then
15
we
or
were,
14,
yeah,
sorry.
sorry, that's, yep, now I'm back on the page, I don't know what happened, missing a few pages. Yeah, this is where it was, John, we were discussing last night, there was a case where somebody had come to the sign review board with an LED neon sign, and it was denied by the sign review committee, and they went to at this time, the select board, the appeal process, and it was approved because it was LED, and our guidelines had only said neon.
Okay,
So,
so you want to add LED neon as well to this one?
yes, neon or LED, yes, and LED neon.
So we do have neon tubes, so you want to say or neon LED?
Does that sound good, John? Is that,
Yes.
okay,
I mean, I guess it depends on how, are we gonna get caught again? Do we have to say neon, traditional neon and LED neon?
You should.
Because that's what they were saying. It wasn't a traditional neon, it was an LED neon, and that's why the select board approved it.
Okay.
all right, that sounds good, thank you. And then the audible signs, we, meaning signs that can be moved, that was fine with that. And then we didn't discuss the pre-existing non-conforming, a date on that.
That's really going to become, and we can plug
Whatever
this
date
in.
that,
We could put the date of town meeting to,
okay,
we could actually do that.
Okay. Which actually might be moving. So,
Okay.
we'll hold a
We'll put
placeholder on
May,
that.
but are we still looking at May?
Yes, yeah. I think it's just 2 days later, starting on that Wednesday rather than Monday. But I think
So maybe the
the select
6th.
board hasn't finally, yeah.
Well, it's supposed to be the 5th, is that right?
I'll still put in May 2026 and that should, we can
And we'll
fill
get
that
that,
in.
that should be just, yeah, within the next 2 weeks, we'll know that.
Okay.
And then under E, the highlighted yellow, John agreed with that.
I did see that from your notes, though, that the sign review committee wants the building commissioner to certify whether or not the sign is actually allowed by right and also dimensionally allowed before going to the sign review board, which is fine. I can add a sentence in there. And then the application will go to the
Okay.
sign review board, so we don't waste the sign review board's time on something that doesn't comply.
Great, John's nodding on that.
Okay, so the only question I had at the end of that paragraph E that's highlighted, and I know I mentioned this in another section too, where certain applications would go to the zoning board of appeals. I don't know what your practice is currently, but do you want applications to go to the sign review board for recommendation before they also go to the ZBA?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
yeah, John wants to be able to give a letter of recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what we typically do now. And they
Okay.
typically look for that from us.
Good, okay. And then I know in the application submittals, John, you wanted to add a cross-section plan, so we could do that.
Yes, please. And cross-section and attachment detail.
Okay.
And then under I, a description of the type, John was fine with that, if they can just give a type of sign.
We might even, when we redo, I know Liz took a first pass at the sign and facade guidelines. You've got a bunch of illustrations in there. I mean,
Yeah.
that's gonna be better than,
Right.
believe me, than any lawyer trying to describe to the public, you know, what a particular type of sign is. It'll just be in the guidelines, so.
Okay, and 7 awning, John was in agreement. We rarely get, and they really don't like writing on the awnings, but if they did, it would be just the wording that they would take the measurements of, not the entire awning.
So I did address, or I will
Oh.
address that when we get into, later on, we have the total sign area and how it's calculated. So I will,
Something
or
in
maybe it
there.
was before. So we don't, so, okay, so I certainly understand, we're just gonna count the lettering that's on the valance of the awning. So I assume we don't allow anything on the sides. And what if somebody wanted to put something in the center on the top of the awning?
Yeah, we've had that
You know-
happen before.
And is that still considered part of the sign if
Yes,
you had
that should be
some?
part of the square footage. Yes.
Okay, so,
A-
Right.
Any advertising or graphics on the awning should be considered part of the square footage of the sign.
but we limit it to the graphics itself or the lettering itself,
Correct.
not the entire area occupied. Okay.
Correct.
This is great to be clarifying all of this and
Yes.
just putting it in so it's good practices and what's in the bylaw. So next on this page, on page 8, under action, that's where John agreed, the building commissioner, within 7 days, he said that would be wonderful. And he also agreed with the 60 days. Period, and that allowed for additional time if it's mutually agreeable later, that there would.
I can add that in to make it clear.
Yeah, because I just do say it at some point,
Yeah, it's under the sign review committee section later on.
okay, yeah, okay.
So this was where I had pulled out that non-binding recommendation. Sign
Yes.
review committee makes a non-binding recommendation to the building commissioner.
What line is that under? Under findings?
It's actually,
It's a third paragraph down, page 8.
Because the way it actually currently, and John, you can speak to this, but basically, when they approve the sign, it is binding. So they've, the way the process has been happening is they give the approval of the sign, they come in, they have all the materials, everything, they approve it. And then John, does the building commissioner just issue the permit based on your findings?
Yeah, we send an approval form to the building commissioner saying it's been approved, and then he can issue the permit.
okay. And if the sign review board
And
either
if it's a
recommends
recommendation,
it, but there's conditions, or you recommend denial, what happens?
yeah, sometimes it's pretty rare that we deny something. And that usually requires a resubmission, or then they will they typically appeal it in the past to the select board, and now we'll go to zoning. But we usually, if we recommend, it goes to the zoning board of appeals for approval. Because there are some areas in town where signs are not allowed by right. So those they have to go to the zoning board of appeals. So we usually either recommend or not recommend and send that note to the ZBA.
So the building commissioner doesn't get to override the sign review committee, basically, is what
No.
you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. So if you're aggrieved by the sign review committee, appeal to the ZBA.
Yes.
Okay. I'll change that.
And you have a set form that you send to the building commissioner,
Yes.
John?
Yes.
That's great. Anything else, Liz, on that? Did you have?
Just want to make sure we covered that.
There was one note, if I may, I think from your, from Liz's email. Talking about having some flexibility for dimensional relief.
Yes.
Um,
It's kind of, it's intertwined with what we just talked about. Because of the role that the committee plays in terms of, not the, kind of veering away from sort of that typical, like if an applicant came in, met all the requirements as of right, and, the building commissioner might be in a position where he would have to issue the permit. So we talked about that a little bit last night. The way it's currently structured, the current bylaw gives the sign review committee sort of like quasi authority to do some dimensional varying and what have you.
okay, because I think of a dimensional variance and I think that goes to the zoning board of appeals. Not that you couldn't allow the sign review board to have some leeway. But I don't want to call it a variance because that has a very different meaning to
Right,
folks
right.
under the zoning act.
But when they appeal, say they did deny somebody and they appealed to the zoning board, what would the appeal be? Would the appeal be the sign review committee's decision? Would it be what would they be appealing?
Well, I guess it depends on how we structure this. If we give the sign review committee some authority to vary the dimensions, are we limiting that? Or are we saying that the sign review board can do whatever they want to do? In which case, you wouldn't go to the zoning board of appeals. Or are we suggesting that the sign review board could say, in this instance, I know you're limited to 50 square feet total signage. You've come in with an application of 51 square feet, and given your location or setback from the roadways, it makes sense. So do we give the sign review board some limited parameters to grant that type of relief? Or is it that the sign review board says, we support the application for 51 square feet, but you've got to go to the zoning board of appeals to actually get that approved?
So
Yeah.
John, do you want to speak to this? You use the
Yeah,
example of sometimes.
Yeah,
50 feet
because a lot
max.
of times, we get the application. There's a certain size they're allowed, but we look at a lot of the signs aesthetically, how they fit on the facade of a storefront, and sometimes we want to make adjustments, like line it up with maybe like the center of a window below or the edge of a window below, and that'll change the square footage slightly. It may make it smaller, may make it a little larger, but we just want it to look right on the building. So we would like to have that leeway to then force that person to have to go to the ZBA and add another 45, 60 days to their approval. Seems a little tough for a minor adjustment.
So what about putting it within a certain range of the requirement they have flexibility, but above that range goes to the ZBA? Because that could give more protection against somebody coming in and saying, well, you granted it over here, but you're not granting it for me,
Right, and I think you do have to set some kind of parameters around it because it'll always be a moving target. And that's exactly the situation you'll wind up in but you just granted that for the business across the street from me. And, there's also a certain element of this, you were talking at your last meeting, you'd like to be a little more business friendly about this. So we go from a sign review committee to a ZBA, you know, we're adding a whole other layer, and it could be, you know, 6 months before somebody actually gets to put a sign up out in front of their business.
So John, do you agree with having a range and do you have a sense of what that range might be? Like,
I don't. I mean, I agree with having a range. I just don't know what it is. Because I can't
what about 50%?
think of a specific example. Like I said, a lot of
It
times
seems like if it
we
was
just
like
want signs to
double-
line up with elements on the building facade. So we we ask them to make adjustments to look better on the building.
So it seems like to me, double would be too much.
Oh yeah, double would be too
20%?
much. Yeah.
20%?
25%, 30%, 50%, I don't know.
I would think
So it's
20
not-
would be fine.
Language in the existing bylaw that sort of, that contemplates this. Right, John? I think there's language in the existing bylaw that basically says like the sign review committee shall have the ... I can't, I'm trying to bring it up.
I don't have a copy with me, sorry.
I have. It basically gives you guys that authority to, I mean, I'm saying waive dimensional requirements, but I guess that's not what we're doing. We're giving them the authority to, within a certain standard, something like that.
Well, John said 20%, so maybe that can just be, I don't know.
I hate when things are too prescriptive. But I don't know. I mean, it could work.
The one thing about it is, I mean, in my view is if it's discretionary and if it seems discretionary, it's when you can have one of those situations where someone challenges on appeal and they say, well, you granted it over here.
Yeah.
That's twice as big, or that's whatever, and why are you limiting me?
Right.
And, you know, that you don't have, if you give a range and you say, well, that's within the range.
So your current bylaw simply says, and again, this is only as to signs in the business district, but it does say the sign review committee may allow additional allowable area for signs if good cause has been shown.
So it kind of, yeah, it's pretty broad,
It is pretty broad.
which isn't necessarily bad. And you also have pretty tight standards now.
Right.
For the sign review committee, right? In terms of what they're gonna assess.
So what I've understood when we've done design standards and design guidelines is you want to be, you want to give direction. You don't want to just say that it's consistent with the existing building, or you want to be more specific. I mean, I just did the webinar again on design review through the Mass Planning Training Collaborative, I think that's what's called. And again, that was a point. It wasn't necessarily signage, but it was design review on broad level. So I think having it something be too broad is a risk if you don't put some parameters in.
So
It just leaves it open for someone's challenge, I think.
So you.
But if they challenge, then they appeal to the ZBA, right?
We have to set that up, yes. So you could do something like allowing the sign review committee to allow an additional about 25% of sign area. You might also want to think about setbacks as well, because I know John also raised an issue primarily with respect to gas stations, but it could come up elsewhere, that certain signs have to be at least 15 feet setback.
We talked about that
property
last
line.
And they would like discretion on that. If you put that 15 feet in there, but say unless otherwise determined by the.
Well, if we're gonna allow the sign review board to have some discretion, we could say to allow for up to a 25% increase in sign area, or to adjust the setbacks when good cause is shown. Or we might wanna we wanna beef up that good cause aspect that, you know, what does that mean? We're back to beauty is in the eye of the beholder sort of thing, but, you know, that might be good. You know, I can't think of, I mean, really the setback and the size.
So I think you could tie it to the findings, like on page 8, you know, for good cause such as the sign scale is determined to be in reasonable relation to the development scale, you know, kind of tie it back to the things that they have, that we include here, which makes sense. And I think it's consistent with what John's saying.
Right. Does that sound reasonable? If we kind of play with that language a little bit and see what makes sense?
I think you could tie it back to all of those. Well, at least the first two, the first three. Yeah, all of them actually.
So one other question I had from, again, from the notes, we wanted to add a provision that the sign review committee must hold a hearing if an illuminating sign is proposed, correct?
They currently review, there's the public hearing for any of the signs right now. So they wanted to continue that process of still having a public hearing with the lit sign. And then, of course, ZBA, it was an internally lit, or, you know, special permit that they would also have their own, public hearing also.
So, and it was indirectly lit, I think. Well, this is
Indirect.
my suggestion is that if it's internally illuminated or
Reverse lit.
it's gonna have a public hearing with its own
Zoning board.
So I didn't think it made sense to have a
Second
hearing.
Yes, that's what I was wondering.
Especially with the business friendly component. So.
No, it would
that's
just
like
be
that-
one, they would not, it would not be a public hearing with the sign review committee for internally lit and reverse lit signs.
Okay.
They would not hold that public hearing, it would only be, right, John, is that what you were saying?
I'm having a hard time hearing you all of a sudden.
That it would only be the public hearing that the sign review committee would just have on lit signs, but not the prohibited signs, lit signs.
Just the indirectly lit.
Well, currently it's all lit signs.
That's current, correct, that's current, but we talked last night about not wanting to have competing public hearings. Well, that was my suggestion, maybe we didn't talk as much about that, maybe we wanna talk about that more. If something's in front of the ZBA, they're conducting a public hearing, so I didn't know if it made sense to have a public hearing with the sign review committee as well.
I'm not sure why the mic's not picking you up very well, and I'm getting a lot of echo.
Oh, yeah, hold on, we're gonna try to adjust that sound.
Is that better now, John? Can you hear?
Oh, there we go. Yep. Perfect.
All right, great. So we'll just repeat that again. We were talking about the public hearing process, that you would have a public hearing on a lit sign, but if it was a prohibited, under our prohibited, that would be the ZBA would hold that public hearing. Is that the way you understood it, John?
Well, I mean, it would come to us first, because then we would write a recommendation to the ZBA. So it's a matter of, do you want to have two public hearings or one?
Right.
Right.
I mean, if you have a public hearing with us, you start to get some feedback,
Mhm.
which we could
Before
then
going to
maybe
the ZBA.
incorporate into a recommendation.
Okay.
Or if not, we just, we review as the sign review committee, give a recommendation, and then they would then get public comments at that point.
What do you think, Carol?
Personally, I think it's a bit expensive and timely to expect that
Two public hearings.
two public hearings. I mean, it'd be one thing if they were consolidated, and that gets a little complicated too. Yes, I understand you get feedback, but you know, it's not cheap for certain businesses to, depending upon where you're advertising. You know, there is a cost and a time associated with all of that, so.
So maybe the public hearing is with the sign review board is only for indirect lit signs. And then, but they still would hear, and the sign review committee would still review other lit signs, and then a recommendation would then go to the ZBA with their, and they would have the
We could
hearing
do
at
it.
that point.
Yeah, we could do it that way.
Okay. Then moving to review.
Excuse me one moment. Because I didn't hear some, did we get to the bottom of page 8 in the comment for the special permits findings or variances that it's more appropriate for the sign review board?
Oh, yes. John agreed with you, Carolyn, on this, that this would be appropriate. You have it in two different places, the criteria.
Okay.
So we now have 3 special permits. Right? For the zoning board,
The
Reverse lit signs.
reverse lit, and there was a third one that Cheryl mentioned. The roof mounted. The roof
Roof
mounted.
mounted, we're gonna
Yeah,
add.
so they're gonna, so the zoning board's gonna need these two probably, right? Or maybe, I don't know. It says special permit findings or variances right here on page 8, right? So that's where. And then they were added on page 10 to the criteria for review, which makes sense to me.
Right.
Well, I mean, I could have a separate section that's criteria for review and cross-reference it if we don't want to
Right, you don't have to
waste the
repeat
space twice.
Yeah,
Okay.
cross-referencing is good. That's good. I think we're trying to move towards that, right?
And then under criteria for review, under number 1, in the event that there is a conflict between this bylaw and the sign and facade guidelines, this bylaw shall prevail. So that language is in the event, if this bylaw gets passed and we haven't updated our handbook yet,
Right.
the bylaw still counts.
So what
So-
about the design guidelines and the business districts that have signage sections? How do they interface with this?
The guidelines are going to have, whatever ultimately passes town meeting, the guidelines are gonna have to be reviewed and brought to be consistent with the bylaw. So if we've changed illumination, if we've changed sign area, or if the double face sign in the business district is now only gonna be one face of the sign counted towards sign area, any references like that in the guidelines would have to be updated.
But in terms of any, like if an applicant came in and said, you know, the business district for Milton Village might have different requirements or recommendations than East Milton Square, for example. And they might be different than then this, you're saying, okay, they have to be consistent with this, but then it seems to me, there's still room for conflict. Like, because they come to the planning board for a project and we're gonna look at the design guidelines and the zoning. We're not gonna look at the signage because that's not, I mean, we're not gonna look at the signage guidelines and the signage bylaw because that's not our purview. But we're going to look at the signage related to what's in the design guidelines. Like we've looked at
We
signage
should
related
review
to.
we should review our guidelines. I know that East Milton says internally lit signs are, should not be. It was something about
Discourages them.
should be, are discouraged. But
So I
we
think
should review, we
we're
should go back
gonna
and take a look.
if there's any conflict or any discrepancies between the two, I guess, this would have its, it would be, take precedence, right?
Maybe we should add something in our design guidelines that say, under the sign section, reference the signage bylaw. Or
Yeah.
something that it mentions that.
Just defer to the sign review committee. That's what I would say. If we're making a decision, we look at the sign.
We should
These guys
address
have the
that,
final
yeah.
say.
Right, I think we need to go back and revisit both of those.
And maybe have Carolyn come up with some language that we could put into our design guidelines to connect those. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, because we just look at this byline. We don't look at individual, if there's some special sign in some other district, we haven't looked at those. We look at this bylaw and our guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
And I think ours are very vague. They're sort of very general when I was looking at them, but we should have some language in there to reference this.
There should be one for the entire town. You shouldn't have
Right, yes.
sign guidelines per district.
Okay, so back to 8, all right, we were 9, we're on the criteria. The next was number 2. Whether the sign scale is reasonable in relation to development scale, viewer distance and travel speed and sign sizes on nearby structures.
And John wanted to add, or works in harmony with.
Yes, and take out,
Architectural elements.
yeah, rather than saying enhance,
Okay,
work in harmony with architectural elements.
okay.
Yeah, instead of define or enhance, work with harmony.
All right.
With,
You want to get rid of define as well, John?
yes.
Okay.
So it would read, a placement served to work in harmony with architectural elements of the building.
Got it. So then I think the next thing on that page really gets to 6A, where we start talking about setbacks for ground signs at 15 feet. And maybe we've resolved that by including some language that's going to give the sign review committee some leeway to deviate either 25% of the area of the sign and or adjustments to setbacks.
Yeah,
So maybe if 15 feet is really ridiculous in some locations because it's going to be in the middle of a
Right.
parking space, for example.
unless otherwise, determined by the sign review committee
Recommended by.
or recommended,
Okay.
yeah. Unless otherwise recommended by the sign review committee.
Okay.
On page 11. Was there anything else on that page?
Well,
Page 11,
back up,
right away. Oh, yeah.
back up to D5. We had just talked about this last night a little bit, where it talks about sign materials, colors, lettering, style. We don't want, because if a company comes in, they have a certain graphic package or logo, certain colors, we don't want to deny that just because it might be different from the building next to it.
So consideration of the company's logo. Or logo.
I'm not quite sure how you write it in there, but
having that as being one of the considerations. Sure. Whether the sign, materials, colors, are compatible with the building design, neighborhood context.
I guess what struck me in that was the neighborhood context verbiage. Because I mean, there are some buildings where there's 4 tenants in one building and all the signs look alike, and that makes sense. But they shouldn't all have to look alike from building to building.
Right.
So maybe you strike out neighborhood context instead, and then that would make sense to me.
I think we could add on to that, John, because when I think of neighborhood context, I think of, a historic, like the Lower Mills area. There's certain if it's in a residential neighborhood, for example, a non-conforming, in the neighborhood context, like Maggie's sign would have a neighborhood context. She doesn't even have a lit sign, it adjusts to that. So I like keeping neighborhood context, but adding in something consideration of unique, unique business
Logo.
or a unique business logo, brand,
Branding.
something brand.
Yeah.
Branding and logo. Yeah.
Okay, I'll play with
And
that.
yeah, thank you, John. That was, we talked about that last night. I think that was it. And then page 11, right away.
Can I go backwards?
Oh, yeah.
I just want to understand what John was saying, and I think
Yeah.
you're hoping to be able to have a sign be influenced by maybe the sign on the next building on either side. Is that what you're saying?
That there is a cohesive look.
Yeah.
Not that every sign's gonna look identical. Some buildings do have identical signs, but that there's a cohesiveness. So in context.
Yeah.
That-
John, were you hoping to just judge a sign individually based on the building it was going on? Is that what you were saying?
Yes. I mean, we always
just
look
wanna
at
make
the
sure.
surrounding buildings, but we first look at how it looks on the storefront that it's going on. And if that fits the storefront, then it fits in to us within the neighborhood context, because all the storefronts work together, and then you have a sign size on each building that's appropriate. So in that way, they should all be similar. But as far as graphics and colors, I think that should be up to the business.
Right. So both can be true at the same time. I think
That's the only reason I paused.
that's.
Do you think
yeah.
so? John, do you think so?
I think they could be. Yeah, in my mind, they can be. Yeah. In my mind, like I said, neighborhood context means more size to me. Size and lighting.
I see. Okay. Not material type.
Not material type, no.
Okay. But how do you feel about that? Are you looking for a common material type?
Not to that level.
No.
I mean, it's nice when we have, a lot of, like the Franny's Corner came out with a nice wooden carved sign, but I don't think that every sign should be a
Like in
wooden
East
carved
Milton,
sign.
we have similar material type repeating, right, across.
We do have a consistent, and we have consistent canopies, and that was the choice of the building owner.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
But it's nice to have, I mean, I think Abbey Park's sign is great. Novara, they're all different.
The uniqueness of
And the
different
uniqueness
signs.
of different signs. But they work
Yeah.
together, like Abbey Park, Novara, like all, that whole strip, to me, all works well together. I would say Santander was not
That
the,
side of the street works a little better together.
yeah, it's that side of the street. And the buildings are more historic on that side of the street too.
Okay. I'm good.
Yeah, and I
Just
think-
wanted to make sure.
yeah,
there's no
just-
conflict between them.
those individual signs just give the neighborhood a little extra life, I think, a little extra interest.
Yep, yeah. I like that too.
Let's see, structure, yep, so 10, page 11, under right of way. I think that was good, except for sandwich or A-frame signs. Did you have anything, Carolyn?
I was just gonna note, I know in the notes, there was a really good point brought up about maintaining ADA clearance, and absolutely right about that. So I'll add that in here, as well as when the separate section on sandwich signs, so that we don't
Yeah,
have
that
a whole
was-
bunch of sandwich signs
Liz, that
blocking
was under
sidewalks,
sidewalk
ramps.
signs. That was further on
Right.
under sidewalk signs was the accessibility.
Right, but we also say here for the right of way,
Okay.
that, no sign unless, authorized by the government or a public agency shall be located in any right of way. I think it bears repeating ADA clearance there. Not that I'm expecting our DPW to block an apron at the end of a sidewalk, but these things happen sometimes.
Okay. Then jumping down to maintenance. John agreed with that. That's under the building commissioner. And then under illumination, you just under the permitted by special permit, that's where we would just want to add internally lit.
Right.
And
And
we also need to add the fabricated letters,
And thank you.
the inside light source.
I knew there was another we talked about. And also the roof signs will go here too. Okay.
I think that was that page. And then 12 business districts, John agreed with this. For the awning signs, the area shall be
So,
calculated.
under the residential districts, the 9 square feet, so that seems small, John. I'm thinking like Winter Valley, Fuller Village, Unquity House. I mean, those are definitely bigger than 3 by 3.
And we did talk about that because Liz was saying, we have some of our 40B projects, the entry to some of those.
Yeah, I think the Winter Valley, I go by that a couple times a day probably, and I'm going to guess that it's probably at least 6 by 3, if not more. Be easy enough to go take a measurement of it. And that seems an appropriate size. John, you familiar with that sign, right?
I'm not. I kind of know it in my head, but I haven't really focused on it because we don't review those signs.
Yeah, so you will be under this bylaw. It's
Oh, I thought it
for
says as
all-
of right.
Well, this is now applying to signs that are located in residential districts, right?
The following signs shall be allowed as of right. So if they're allowed as of right, would they be coming to us?
Well,
Yeah.
this
Or
is, this is a change from your current bylaw,
Right.
because under your
Oh,
current
okay.
bylaw, the sign review committee was just looking at signs in the business district. When we met 2 weeks ago, we had this conversation, and at least the consensus then was you wanted the sign review board to look at all signs.
Right, because
We
there's
could
signs.
still backtrack from that, but
Well, there's signs that are, I mean, there are many businesses that are located in residential districts. The Milton Marketplace, the 7-Elevens, dental office, that big building opposite the post office where the Hart Dental is. Those are all in residential districts. And so we felt as if it was important to capture those under your review. So you might be busier than you were before.
No, we do review businesses in the residential district, but those are the ones that we provide recommendations to the ZBA.
Okay. Well, we've reviewed like the memory care facility, the the nurseries and the daycare centers, at least there's been 3, the Little Sprouts, the Goddard, the Gardner, they all have signs. They're all in
Mhm.
residential districts. I don't know if those have been reviewed by you, but the
Yes, we
40Bs all
reviewed
have
the,
signs.
yep, we reviewed Little Sprouts, we reviewed Goddard. And those
So maybe what's
yeah,
all that's being added then would be the residential, but I also think, but, and then like Milton Hospital, those signs are also, the hospital's not located in a overlay district, which is, might want to be, but it's in a residential district.
Would you have a recommendation for size? I think is what Cheryl was asking, if that seems small.
I'd have to go take a look at some of them and see what they look like.
I think the signs for the 40Bs might be on their applications.
Well,
The drawing, application drawings, right?
those aren't gonna go to the sign review board though.
No,
That's all
right.
gonna be the zoning board of appeals under their comprehensive permit. I'm just looking for your current. No, I think
What's your size sign?
I don't
It's
know, I
very
was trying to,
tasteful.
yeah, it's all in my, I was trying to look at it.
Is it bigger than
I
3
think
by
that-
3? But it's very, excuse me.
And it's probably closer than 15 feet.
But it's very tasteful, and the size is, although it's a very large property too, so.
This is about 3 feet, I'd say. And I'd say this is about 30 inches maybe. So
I like your suggestion about Winter Valley, because the density and the busyness of that site is a good proxy for the other 40Bs.
yeah, and if you think
So-
about Winter Valley, it's senior housing.
Right, so yeah,
Um,
that's true, it's not
Fuller
family
Village
housing.
is senior housing, and there's a lot of units
Village's
of
sign
both.
is not that large, but it's not,
I don't think it's 3 feet, I think it's wider than 3 feet.
I think it's
though.
wider than 3 feet too. Yeah. So maybe we should get the dimensions off of those.
Yeah,
And this is another one that has the 9 square feet and not more than 3.5 square, feet in any one dimension. I don't know that the 3.5 feet matters if you set a maximum square footage.
Yeah.
Right.
Avanti, that could be your tomorrow. You're gonna you wanted to get out of the office?
And then you'll tell us that it's 100 square
Yeah.
feet, we'll say, well, that's way too big.
No, I can go up and
Nice
take some
thing.
measure, I can go check some too.
But if you go
Okay,
tomorrow, you
so
need to
that's
bring a shovel. It's probably buried.
Right.
I think it's up, it's raised, and it's
Oh,
in a
is it?
planting bed, stone planting bed. On the business district, John, I'm really curious about this, because I was looking at the example of 1 Adams Street, and there's when they submitted for Muscle and Flow. Avanti sent me those today. Thank you, Avanti, for responding to my voice message so promptly. But that facade, it says 93.5 feet wide. And if you use 1.5 square feet for each horizontal linear, that means you're allowed 140 square feet of signage for that facade. And the Muscle and Flow sign is 20 square feet. So it seems like 140 is a lot, I guess, which is something you mentioned earlier. So what if somebody came in and said, I want to put 140 square feet of signage on here? Do they have standing to say no to that, really?
Yes.
If the math works out, as this is currently written, no, I don't think they have any authority to say, oh no, you can't put up a sign that technically complies with what's in the bylaw.
So that's where I think that really needs to be pared back.
can we listen to John's response? It was a little different than Carol. I think John was hoping.
Well,
John, what were you-
I mean, well, that's where we review a building as far as aesthetics and what looks good on the building. I mean, just because they're allowed to have 140 square feet doesn't mean it looks good on the building. So we usually work with the owner, and we've never had any pushback about, how a sign fits on a building, where it should go. And, I can't say it would never happen, but most building owners, they want they want a sign that looks good on their building. And just because you can have something that large doesn't mean it's going to look good on the building. Like, we had no issue
I'm
with
just
Muscle
thinking
and Flow.
about
They came in with very nice signs. It was a very easy review.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the legal grounding for that. Because let's say Extra Space Storage was bought by some different storage company and they wanted to apply this bylaw to it, they could put a lot more big signs on that building.
Yes, they could.
And you might say no, and then they'd say, I'm going to appeal that. And
Right.
if the ZBA says no, they could appeal that too, right?
And
So,
if the bylaw says they can have 140 square feet of signs, the judge is eventually going to say, Town of Milton, that decision was arbitrary and capricious because your own bylaw allows a sign to be this large on this particular type of site. So
so I think we need
we
to
think
think
about
about
shrinking
that,
this somehow.
that 100. I just raised that.
But then does that shrink it on us? When you have a smaller storefront, then that's going to leave them with a minuscule sign. Because it's based on the building size.
All the signs. Right.
Right.
And it's all the signs too, right?
Right. So if you have a small
It's all the
storefront,
signs.
it's just that, where you have a couple large buildings in town that it skews it.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a lot of those sort of like large blank faces because other things will limit, right? Other things will sort of limit where you can put the sign. So you need to have that sort of like large blank space to max out the size.
Well, I guess not technically. If you're allowed, if we stay with that same example, if you're allowed 140 square feet and they want to put a sign over the windows, yeah, the sign review boards could say, well, you can, I don't
can't
see
cover
where
the
it says you
windows.
can't.
I don't
Yeah,
think you can, I don't think you can cover the
Can't cover the windows, but looking at the 1 Adams Street, there's a lot of masonry, so, I mean, they could do some vertical banners, they could do something across the top. The current owner wouldn't, but, we're talking about a bylaw. And so like, if you look at this, like photograph, right, there's a lot of blank brick on that facade that somebody might want to take advantage of.
I don't think.
Yeah, and they could. I mean, if they wanted to break it down into smaller signs and put some banners and put something else, if it looked good, yeah, that could be approved. But I don't. If it was one large sign, yeah, I mean, I don't know how we stop that. But yeah, 100. If they wanted to take that and break it into smaller signs around the building, it could look nice. It's a big building.
So John, you mentioned that most signs don't reach the limit. Is that true for the smaller facades as well? Because if that's the case, then I think we could pare it back. But if you think that
I don't know
the
for sure.
majority of the signs, so maybe that's something we should look at. Maybe it's in your if it's in the applications and you have a record of the applications, not that I want to add things to Avanti, but having a kind of an inventory of the signs is something I've asked about before. And I just feel like we keep our ZBA busy in Milton because we have so many pre-existing non-conforming houses that anytime they want to change, they have to go to the ZBA. And, I just would hate to have to, well, this wouldn't trigger the ZBA here, but I do think we should be mindful of what we have. And so that we kind of can consider that in what we put into these regulations.
Yeah, I shared with you guys last minute about 13 of the packages from the most recent ones. And pretty much all of those have all the dimensions contained within. So that at least gives sort of like the more recent examples of what is getting in front of the sign review committee. My inclination is that the 2 square feet, or the two linear footage times 2 is way beyond what most of these people need. So that's, and then the Starbucks was allowed to do some window coverings as well, which I thought was kind of interesting. I took a ride by there. So they've they've wrapped their windows on the side of the building, the side that faces Abbey Park.
Right, because it's
So
like a
check that
corridor
out.
down
That's
to the
interesting.
bathrooms there.
Yeah, so that would be one where maybe they're maxing out. Because if they're covering those full windows there, they might have maxed that out.
Yeah, and
I would
there's an
see the-
example.
I
If they
see the
broke it
corporate-
down
I would
into
see the
smaller
corporate
signs.
brands maxing. So say it again?
That's an example where they took the square footage and broke it down into smaller signs around the building instead of one gigantic sign.
It looks good. I like it. I like how they wrap the windows on, I think it looks cool, but maybe not everybody likes that. I don't know.
Well, it made sense because, like I said, we want people walking down the street to be able to look through the building storefronts and see the activity inside. But on that side, it's a corridor down to bathrooms or a back entrance, so it made sense to cover those windows up.
Mm-hmm.
And just like we allowed the wall mural on the side of the restaurant across the street. Yeah, in Abbey Park. That was just such a nice idea. It made sense to allow it.
So should we keep it for now and then think about this and try to get some, or do we think we can reduce it?
I think we should reduce it, but by how much? I think it would be good to understand whether any of the applications or how many of the applications have used it all for these smaller ones that John referenced.
Yeah, what is sort of this normal standard?
And then on the
All right, let's.
I'm
look at
on
that,
to the
yeah.
building or the signage size, on the next one as well. The total area of 50 square feet for any one business. Do you think you've reached that on many of the businesses, John? You think that's
I would say
a
no.
good number of square feet?
I would say we've not reached that size.
This is on the principal signs. 8B.
But again, wouldn't that go by the formula? I'm not sure what the difference.
It certainly could go. This was the draft that I think your former planning director had built some of this language into, that flat wall signs would not exceed 50 square feet. Maybe that makes some sense.
Well, this is a total area, so it's not, so it could be comprised of multiple signs, right?
Well, this is the one under principal signs, it's that you're reading is the total area of all flat wall signs.
Right. Flat wall signs, okay.
Well, but if by the formula they're allowed more.
Right, so this would just be if they had a flat wall sign as one of their signs, but it all goes into the calculation of their total sign area.
So maybe we don't need this paragraph.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it does for us. I like the no more than 2 principal signs, but I'm not sure about the size portion of it.
I think it limits those big signs.
Right, especially if you've
Limits
got
the
a
big
big
signs,
open
yeah.
wall.
Limits those big signs. Like the self-storage and the healthcare and there must have been a couple of them that came through.
Right,
So that's what that,
okay,
I
so,
think it's good to keep. it.
okay, so do we think 50 is a good number then? By 10, for example, pretty big.
and the healthcare one is 123 square feet.
It is, okay.
And
So it's
extra
kind of coming
space,
back to
extra
this.
space storage is a lot larger than 50 square feet.
And I think that, I think I'm good with that, because I think that when you get into that large of a sign, there should be a special permit on that. I think you don't want that to be the norm, size of extra space.
So that's gonna be another special permit, because right now it's a variance, right?
Right.
So that's gonna be a fourth, that's gonna be a
Oh,
fourth
sorry,
special
okay,
permit.
no, sorry.
A larger wall sign. You could get a special permit for a larger wall sign.
Well, we don't, that's not in this draft, but that sounds like what's being suggested, yes.
Or just prohibited, just,
Well, you always have the option of a variance.
yeah, a
right?
variance, it would be a variance.
Even if it's prohibited, it's all,
Yeah.
there's the option of the variance.
But the variance runs with the building, so even if there's a change, it still goes with the building, so it doesn't give us the opportunity to review, does it?
Well, if they're making any change to the sign, we will. We won't.
So maybe that should be a special permit with a recommendation of, because that's a unique building because of the size of that building and it's set down low and its location set back off the street, far off the street. So they wanted to capture, for it to be visible. So I thought it was too large when it went in, but I can see why they would want it.
Well, you've got that 25% discretion, so what would that get you up to? If the sign review committee was like, no, they should be able to go 25% above 50. Right? Didn't we talk about giving them that sort of discretion to potentially?
We did, but I thought what I'm hearing is you actually wanna go less than 50 square feet on the wall
No,
sign.
I'm good with 50. Yeah, no, I'm not saying to go smaller, but, well,
Well, I guess what you're saying is you're not looking for them to be able to increase it by 25% by the sign review board.
I
If
think
anything,
the way it's written, the way we're talking, it would apply to this.
I would agree with you, yes.
10 is big. That's
So
what you were saying.
25% on 50 is what, like 12 and a half feet?
Mhm.
Yeah. So 63 feet.
I mean, that size is appropriate for an extra space storage type building, but it's
For
not
most,
for
it's, yeah,
most, yeah.
so maybe we should reduce that and then give an allowance to increase.
But again, this is also all flat wall signs.
Yeah.
So think about, a business that's on a corner.
Right.
All right, so 50% or 50 square feet, what do you think, John, about that with 25% increase possible without a variance? Do you
I
that's
think it's a monster sign. You get a small,
Well, again, if it's a
you get
single
Abbey
sign-
Park, and you put a 50 square foot sign on there, that'd be huge.
Yeah, I mean, let me look at the other ones I did here.
Will they be limited though? So Abbey Park would be limited. Are you talking about the side wall where the mural is? You
Well,
think
they
it's
have,
something like that?
they have two walls. So, would that mean they get two principal signs so that would be total area. So if they wanted to put two signs, it'd be 25 square feet each. That'd be okay. But on that, the blank wall facing Starbucks. That's a really big sign. So see that, why wouldn't that go back to the dimensional requirement, for each horizontal lineal foot you get? Of course, on that building, it might be bigger because they have two sides.
We could do that too and cross this paragraph out entirely.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it seems like we would, what this would be discouraging someone coming in with a really large sign. I mean, by saying that there's a limit to how big one sign can be. So I think conceptually, that's a good idea. Because
Yeah, I think conceptually, you're right. If there's a certain size sign, it could trigger a special permit or something, right? But then, if but would that then allow anyone to go up to that sign that size without a special permit? That's what concerns me.
Yeah, so is there a square footage that you would be comfortable with setting that limit at? If it's not 50 square feet?
Yeah, I'm not sure because then you
Say-
don't want to just be triggering a bunch of special permits either.
Right.
So why don't you just stick with total sign area? And whether it stands at 1.5 square feet for every horizontal foot of a building facade, maybe you tweak that, but a larger building is going to be entitled to larger signage, a
Right.
smaller building less.
Right.
We're not locked into, pick a number, which one do we like?
Right. Yeah,
Makes sense because that 50 square foot, it is, the way it's written now is applicable to any building.
right. So you like the idea of no more than 2 principal signs allowed for each business, that can stay in, but can remove this requirement, right? I'm fine with that.
So strike the
Well-
first
That bullet point,
bullet point.
yeah.
The first bullet point.
So what's gonna dictate the square footage then is the length of the building, right? And the 1.5 square foot allowed per horizontal foot.
But I think that we should adjust the 1.5 square feet down. But I don't know what that number should be until we look at some of the other signs that have been approved.
Yeah, I know, I'm just thinking of, some of these spaces are pretty narrow, not very wide, right?
Yeah,
I
a
mean,
lot of East Milton has very small, I mean, the buildings are
Mhm.
large, but the signs are very small
Yeah.
on the buildings.
But as John said, they rarely,
They rarely hit the.
they rarely hit the allowed amount, so it seems to me we could reduce it just to protect against somebody coming in with something that is that total amount that's allowed, which could be
So-
quite big on some of the big buildings.
So Cheryl, like some tenant spaces can be as narrow as 15 feet wide, right? Some retail tenant spaces, so a 15-foot wide space at 1.5 feet, be 22.5 square feet.
That's still pretty big.
Yeah, I know, I'm not saying it isn't, I'm saying it might be too
Yeah.
big, I'm agreeing. I'm just trying to do some math to think about what you're talking about reducing it.
So let's say we could do a little
So if we did
intel
that-
on what's the craft and crew sign area, because that's a narrow facade, and the little business next to it is a narrow, small building. So, Central Ave businesses are small
William
buildings.
James has a
All
small
of
sign.
those, so if we got a sense of, some of those are newer, John, you may have in your records too.
Mm-hmm.
But those are the ones that you could test on the small to see if it,
Yeah.
1.5 is the right thing. And so maybe you say, 1.5 square feet per each horizontal on buildings up to 40 feet in width or 50 feet in width, whatever the width is. And then you could say for like the ones like this, which is, 90
Buildings.
some, then it's different. That could be a way to handle it. But if we haven't even used a 1.5 square feet per horizontal on those small buildings, then the total, that could come down for everything, and then even more so on the bigger building.
So El Barrio is 12, square footage is 12 feet.
What's 12 feet?
El Barrio,
The square footage of the sign is 12 feet?
square footage of the sign is 12 feet.
Central, the one is,
That's the one in the little, where the Sullivan Insurance is.
That's central.
That's central.
Yeah, Central Ave Business District.
So that's 12 square feet. And that storefront's probably 15, maybe 20.
Yeah, even if you
So it'd be
allow-
40, you'd be allowed 40 there. So that sign is 12. And that tracks with like the deluxe nails and it tracks with the the Franny's
It's a
Corner.
quarter of what they're allowed. Yeah, so this 1.5 is way too much then.
Yeah, even a foot might be too much, you
Yes,
know,
yeah.
like, I was thinking about 15 feet. 15 lineal feet at a foot is 15 feet, it's a 3 foot by 5 foot sign, that's big.
Hey, I think I could,
0.75?
Central
So that
Liquors,
was
14
thinking
square
that.
feet.
I mean, if El Barrios is not a small sign for that facade, and if that's
No,
a
it fits
quarter
well.
of what they're allowed, I
But
would knock
that's,
that
but
down
that's,
to
but that's
0.5.
everything though, that's everything. So there could be some situations like that Citizens Bank where they had multiple signs. So it's everything, it's not just the, it's not anything in the window, it's anything, if you have a secondary sign, if you have a pylon sign, so it does seem like the corporate brands max out from what I've seen. They probably know how much advertising they can get on their building. And so the smaller people are doing the 12 square foot sign that they can afford to put up.
So in
Correct.
my,
That's what I was gonna say,
My
it comes
day
down
job-
to probably cost.
in my day job, office as an architect, years ago, we were hired by the city of Lawrence and the city of Boston in their Main Streets programs, and a lot of it had to do with signage and storefronts. And there was they always ran workshops for business owners who thought that more signage was always better. And it wasn't the case, corporate, they've got their standards, but it's not always the best, and they survive in places like Cape Cod towns where they have to do a lot less than they do in strip mall locations. So, I think lowering this makes sense, and at least in half, because it seems to me that it's still gonna be ample. And then it'll show that we're not necessarily encouraging plastering the facades with signs.
So 0.75? Change that number.
On anything over a certain size or on just across the board? I like the anything over a certain size idea, but are we going across the board?
I still think it's worth kind of testing it out and seeing how how many signs are they all at a quarter of what they're allowed? And if they are, then, maybe we don't need to have a gradation. But if some of them were
0.75
hitting it and others weren't, then maybe a gradation would make sense.
And we should do a test, I think, on maybe the muscle and flow to see what size sign that is and how many linear feet, because we could say, and for a building over a certain size, we reduce that to a
Because this is,
0.25. I mean,
right,
it could be
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
More.
or we want, like, cause if you
Right.
look at the Coleman thing, on the other side, that JD's purchased, where Eclipse Hair Salon, those are not big signs, and it's a massive building.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
do we,
I mean, in some of these,
suggestion like Muscle and Flow, that's really large because it has two facades that run along a street front. So that gives them a lot more lineal footage. So do we do something that if a building has two street fronts, have them have a lesser percentage?
I think, what I calculated for this was just the Elliott Street, it was the Adams Street facade. So I didn't even calculate what the Elliott
Yeah.
Street gives them, but the Adams Street gave them 140 square feet. And the Elliott would give them more, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
I think makes sense to have signage on both facades because people coming from two different directions would see it.
Correct.
But I think that because it's such a big building and there is blank wall, they could use that total area. But if we said only two signs, then maybe they would never reach it because otherwise they'd be covering windows, right? So we do have that limiting feature in here.
You're also
So-
limited
So
too
that-
to where you
yeah,
can
but
place
that
the
makes-
signs.
Makes me nervous because you look at J.D. Wild across the street at one Elliott, where he put signs on the Adam Street side and the Elliott Street side, and then around the corner on
Hi.
High Street.
Yeah, it seems to me 2 signs per facade makes more sense than 2 signs total. Because this building could have, this building could definitely have more than 2 signs per facade, given its size.
Oh, I know there could be signs, that's like, that's
So
what I'm
because
trying
if
to
we
think
go
further
back-
to avoid.
Well,
That would be a lot.
he does, they do have 2 signs on Muscle Flow. They have one on each facade.
Yeah, but does it, I'm just curious, is this, what we have on page 12 now says no more than 2 principal signs for each business. So I'm thinking that it should be 2 principal signs per facade for each business.
No,
Well, no,
because
you
then
don't
no, because then you'd have,
Per street facade. Per street facade then.
Per street facade, per business.
yes,
That'd be a lot
per,
of signs.
yeah. If a building has 2 sides, I think it could have a sign on each side, but we don't want 2 signs if it just has a single storefront.
When you're looking at it, you don't want to.
Right, so I'm just looking at page 12 under
Right,
Business District B. It says
Right,
no more
principal
than
signs.
2 principal signs shall be allowed for each business establishment. So that's for any business right now. If it's a
Right.
single facade business, they're allowed 2 signs.
which,
If you're looking at a
The-
building like the one Adams, which has 2 facades now this would limit them to 1 size, 1 sign per facade. So they're getting a
Per
less,
business establishment.
yeah, but they're,
So
so
if you've
they're
got
getting,
multiple tenants, then,
Yeah.
right?
yeah, but they're getting less signage available to them as a corner building than they would be if they were an infill building. Is that what we want?
But I-
Yes.
but I guess the definition is what's a principal sign, maybe a flat wall sign attached to a wall but projecting out, or a freestanding sign.
I don't think
Hmm.
an infill building would want to duplicate, would not want 2 signs on the front. You typically would just see, you know, William James. You wouldn't put
Freestanding.
William James.
Well,
Like
if
a
you,
freestanding sign depending
Or
on the
free,
site.
yeah, if they had the.
if you think about the signs that Liz showed us for citizens,
Granite.
they have a lot more than 2 signs, that's for sure.
So I think it's good to limit it to
Well, but they also need more than 2 signs. You know, they need a sign for the ATM. They need a sign into the lot. They need a sign out of the lot. They
Yeah,
need
but this
more
wouldn't allow
signs
them
there.
to
Well, these are primary.
Well,
signs.
is that
Direction-
a principal sign though? Is that, you know, ATM, is that a principal sign? I would say no.
Hmm.
I would say
Alright,
the
so
the
let's
sign
just-
that says citizens is the principal sign. The sign that says ATM is not a principal sign.
I guess, how it's defined in the front, it's not.
So do we wanna make the change, or do we wanna wait until we do some measurements to change
I think
to a
we should,
0.75?
I think we should do some analysis. Because, you know, I know we got rid of that 50 square feet, but if your building was 66 lineal feet, you'd be back to, that's 0.75, you'd be back to a 50 square foot sign. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anything bigger than 66 feet is gonna be bigger than 50 feet if we gave them 0.75.
Alright, let's do some calculations
I
on
just
that,
think we should study it.
do that pretty easily. Okay, so moving on to page 13, there was nothing else.
On 13,
Did anyone have anything?
a projecting sign
Hmm?
shall be no more than 12 feet in area, that seems, I guess I'm thinking of a projecting sign as
Blade sign?
the blade signs, 12 square feet seems large. Let's say 2 feet by 6 feet. That may not be large again on a 1 Adam Street building, but it would be large on a building like where El Barrio is.
Yes.
This has a this has a 0.5 square foot for each horizontal linear foot. allowable area of a projecting sign. So this is tied to the size of the building.
It's still
But
could
then
be
it's
12
capped at
feet.
12 square feet.
And it's capped at 12. So 0.5 of the linear square foot. So if you had a 20-foot wide storefront, that's gonna limit you to 10 square feet. So it's contemplated. I think that's how I'm reading it.
No more than 12 square feet.
So if it has to be 10 feet above the sidewalk and it can be no more than 20 feet to the top of the sign, that means it can be 10 feet tall.
Yeah. So
And-
it could be 1 by 10.
So it
It could be 1 by 10. I mean, if somebody really wanted to do something funky with like a, name of the business this way in a single row, it's possible.
It's larger than most, say like village business district blade signs are.
So you think of, there's a couple.
How about in the
It's Milton.
guidelines, did there show one in there?
Let's see.
Yeah, usually we've seen the blade signs on the second floor of a two-story business.
Do you recall roughly what those sizes are?
I do not.
The guidelines.
I'm looking in the guidelines to see if there's. I don't see the size.
We don't have too many of them. Isn't there just one down on the Muscle and Flow building? It's the only one that I'm.
That can't be bigger than
There's
2
one
by
down
2.
there.
It's not a very big
That's not a,
sign.
yeah, that's not a big one.
If you think about like a lot of business districts that people find active, they have blade signs,
Yeah.
charming.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of, over by where Milton Pizza was, what is that, there was a couple of some blades.
I think there's a couple in East Milton.
Yeah. On Adams Street, that's what I'm trying to.
Right.
Oh, for the
I think it's
upstairs, for the
Yeah,
upstairs.
the upstairs dentist. And that's what, like maybe a 2 by 3? It's not big.
Yeah,
Maybe we should get a measurement on.
So, and, all right, I think we should look at that, and then on secondary signs, the same. Secondary signs is allowing 1 square foot for each horizontal linear foot. This is getting to what I was talking about a moment ago, about 2 facades. But we just were saying we should be less than 1 for the primary or the principal. So we
Yeah.
should definitely be less than 1 for the secondary.
Right now, for projecting sign, it's shall not be more than 6 square feet in area on each face. And this is one area with the bylaw, if it's double-sided, each face counts in computing the sign area. We're now not gonna compute both sides of it in the sign area, so I think that's where you get the 12 square feet here as the total.
Yeah, and it looks like most of this was sort of scaled back off of the existing two square feet per, or time 2 per linear square foot. It looks like they kind of scaled it all back from there. So the 1.5 and then the 0.5, and so if you want to scale back that initial number from 1.5 to 1, then the rest of it probably scales back too. Or 1.5 to 0.75, because you guys were talking about 0.75 as well, right?
0.75, I think is even, yeah.
So that would be more than half of what's currently allowed.
But I'm just thinking, if the concern is that every change we make potentially starts to render things non-conforming, if you stick with 6 square feet in area, which would be currently allowed, you're not really rendering any of them non-conforming.
Right.
Right. That makes sense.
And again, would be consistent here and say that we're only counting one face of the sign for purposes of sign area.
Anyone who's non-conforming going forward has to go to the zoning board.
Right.
Whereas in the past, a legacy business might have been able to come in and swap something out
Yeah,
just by going to the sign review committee. So it's just something to think about.
Problem has been, there's a sign on the building in East Milton that's really used as advertising for 93. And there's not been a lot of support for that, but it's always been said, well, it was pre-existing and they can continue to have a sign there, right?
Mhm.
And so that's the thing that people didn't like. Because it's lit, it's not for the person who's in East Milton trying to find the business. You wouldn't see it, you'd have to go, oh, it's up there.
Right.
It's for the highway. So it functions as a billboard.
Which sign is that? Tell me again.
It's been many businesses over the years, but what is it now?
It was Rebuilt Fitness was the most recent, but it's been
Sleepy's
Sleepy's
Mattress.
Mattress. That was really bad.
Kennedy
It was
carpet.
originally Kennedy Carpet, but when Sleepy's Mattress came, it was like, oh, really bad.
Yeah, and we've rejected
This-
it every
that
time.
came in- That came in today, what would
Right, they
happen?
rejected
Yeah.
it, but it never got held up. We always get said, well, we have this right.
So if that came in
Yeah,
today,
we've
what would happen?
rejected it. They go on appeal, and on appeal, it gets approved.
Well, I guess that's always available. People have property rights, right?
See, that's
So,
the sign I
okay, back
thought we were
to
talking
six.
about when we said billboard.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the reason.
So we'll go back to 6.
6 square feet for
Six.
projecting sign. Okay.
And then if we cut, we said for example, 0.75 on the 1.5, so that would mean if it's cut in half. So this one, if it's cut in half, would be 0.5, but we would, to Sean's point, we should do analysis first, but we should highlight that we may reduce this.
Yeah, that makes sense to do some testing. And we can back it up that this has been tested, so. Okay.
I just have a question on awnings. It says retractable. Are all awnings retractable?
No,
So this only covers the retractable ones?
where are you, on
Page 13.
Down at the bottom.
okay, thanks.
I don't really know why it matters that an awning is retractable or stationary for purposes of a sign bylaw, to be honest. So we can delete retractable unless someone feels strongly about this.
Yeah, and this does say that such signage shall not be included in the calculation of the total permitted sign area of the lot.
Right, so I'm gonna have to.
John, you were saying you would include it.
Yes, it should be included, I would say. Would be my opinion, yeah. Because then people are getting
Do
free
we
signage.
like lettering on awnings?
Sometimes that can be the primary signage, depending upon the building facade.
Well, I mean, the reference here is to the 6 inches in height, right? It's not included as long as the lettering is not greater than 6 inches in height, so that's the exception. We still feel that way?
I just think it should say such signage shall be included in the calculation
But instead of shall not.
instead of shall not.
Uh-huh.
Okay, then on page.
The way this reads, does this only apply to retractable awnings?
Well, I think we're gonna delete retractable because
Yeah,
that just
yeah.
seems silly to me.
Yeah, I agree.
The mini split isn't keeping up. Some
It does get cold. in
blowing
this room.
cold, I mean, it's 12 degrees out, so.
Bring, some put some blankets in here.
I was gonna say the veteran attendees are on this side of the table. Maybe there's something about that side.
Oh,
Look at
that's-
Avanti, he's ready for summer.
Needs to be young.
I run warm.
All right, so on,
Well, if we can just go back to that sentence on awnings, if we're going to say such signage shall be included in the calculation, I don't think it makes sense then to keep in the provided no lettering
I agree.
is greater than 6.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Totally.
okay,
Doesn't matter.
yeah,
right.
good, yeah, good catch. Okay, and then on page 14, we just had under sidewalk signs. However, sandwich signs shall not be subject to review by the sign review committee. We did have a little discussion on this, because they don't really typically overlook look at this sandwich signs, sidewalk signs. But he said, what if there's a sign which is really, building inspectors like, this is awful, it's got pricing all over, all kinds of crazy stuff going on. They would wanna review it at that case, and I'm not sure how. John, I don't know if you feel that, I don't think you necessarily wanna review all sandwich board signs.
No. That just, no, but just, how do you regulate what goes on the sandwich board signs? I guess there should be some method of regulating what goes on there.
Well, I know, John, you made one suggestion that there should be a limit as to how many can be permitted annually, or how many the building commissioner can actually allow, say, per business per year. That might be one way to tamp down, if a business is only gonna be allowed to say, get 6 sandwich board permits in a 12-month period. In theory, keep some of the littering of the sidewalk down. And I
No, it's not the-
suppose,
Go ahead. No, it's not the littering of the sidewalk, it's the littering of the sidewalk sign itself.
right,
What
but I was just gonna
goes
say
on
that-
it.
right, and there's not much for the building commissioner to necessarily regulate, but I suppose if a particular sign becomes a bit offensive, well, you're only allowed a few per year. Is it only offensive a few times per year?
Oh,
I
see.
mean, we're not really regulating content or taste. We're trying to, but we're not really doing that here. I mean, I suppose another way to do it is just to say that a sidewalk sign is gotta be limited to something, that, limited to advertising a sale or a particular, dinner special or something like that. Or do we even need sidewalk signs?
We do have some times that people do
Yeah.
want them in town, and so. And typically, for the most part, they tend to be very tasteful. It can be
Mhm.
sometimes a garden club, sale,
Yep.
or a play,
But
some
then,
event.
are those really temporary signs? Just advertising like a particular event as
Those
opposed
are
to,
temporary, yeah,
I think of a sandwich board sign like, the restaurant
yeah,
that
Osteria
puts
Madre
that
puts
sandwich
one up.
board out,
Yeah.
every day on the sidewalk telling you what their specials are.
Right,
I see what you're saying now, yeah. Some would be temporary, some would be sidewalk, okay. I wasn't picking up on that.
maybe we could say, cause it just right now, it goes through the building commissioner, correct, John? And they.
I believe that's what it
has to-
does, yes.
And that way he can give a permit for them. And so he can put a little sticker or something so the DPW doesn't pick them up, because that was one of his comments. Sometimes they get picked up by
Right.
DPW.
The argument is that if it's a really bright, not necessarily bad wording, but just like an egregious sign, when you drive by, you're like, wow, that's horrible. Do we let the sign review committee regulate that? Right? It's tough to do, you don't wanna bog these
It's
guys
tough.
down, but it would be nice to get a second set of eyes on it. No?
I mean,
Is
I
that
have
just-
had a sandwich board sign that's bright yellow background. It says buy 2 perennials, get 2 free. And I put it bright yellow to, because it's for 28. Then I changed it to pink.
I don't think it's egregious.
Then it's roses, so then it's a rose is pink, so then it looks like I'm doing something new.
Maybe I'll keep my mouth shut. I like your sign. Moving on.
But
Okay.
I don't.
So,
DPW.
You're gonna have to
John, how do you feel about reviewing sandwich board signs?
And if you want us to, we will.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's not.
We don't have that many that come before the
No.
town, but
Yeah, I see what the difference is. I was thinking about all the A-frame signs that go up everywhere, but some of those are temporary.
so would we just, so maybe they should go to the sign review committee. Have the sandwich boards.
Or do we make an exception? That since temporary signs are exempt, we make it clear that this isn't just a sidewalk sign that's popped up and put someplace advertising, the school play
Right.
is running this weekend.
This is a permanent.
This would be something of a more permanent duration. A business that wants to put one of these out every
Because we
single
really
day.
have like maybe 3 or 4 in town.
And does it really have to get taken down every night?
And yours isn't on a sidewalk. So it really doesn't constitute, you don't have any. I mean,
I don't have a sidewalk.
So for the Boy Scout read sale, we get a permit, we put them out, and it's a 2-week permit. It can be anything beyond
That's
2 weeks.
Well, here's another thought. Just have the select board do sandwich board signs. I mean, it
That's
seems,
where it is now.
or, so that there's,
but it does go through the building commissioner,
I know,
so that's the only,
But I'm
Again,
just
if you-
thinking most sandwich board signs, not all, in Maggie's case, but a lot of them are typically going out on a sidewalk
right,
or just in front of a building,
and they bring them in at night.
and they bring them in at night. But the fact that they're also going on a sidewalk, a public sidewalk, you need the select board's permission to put it down. So does it make sense to just,
If it needs their permission to put it there, they should
They should
just go
review
ahead
it.
and review it. I
That
don't
makes
think it
sense.
needs to go to the sign review committee.
No, if it's already going to select board anyways, yeah, they should just take a look at the whole thing.
Yeah,
But
Okay.
so say, I think I like the building commissioner because he's the enforcement officer. He gets the complaint from a resident. So he would then have it in his file to look up and say, oh, they have permission. I gave them a sticker. They paid their permit fee. Does it really have to go to the selectmen?
the select board.
So I won't ever change that.
well, again, it's gonna depend on the location. If it goes on a public sidewalk, you technically, putting aside the ADA issues that, do you have 5 feet of clearance for somebody, in a wheelchair to get through, that might prevent some of these sidewalk signs. But assuming you've got that width, the road layout is technically within the purview of the select board. Just like you wanna put a banner across the street advertising, again, the school play. You're crossing over the public way, you've gotta go to the select board for that.
But if you're considering ADA in compliance with the ADA, you'd rather have the building commissioner
Right.
dealing with that issue and
Right.
not put that burden on the select board.
Like blade signs which extend out over the sidewalk. I know in some jurisdictions require approval, like in Boston's the Public Improvement Commission, or if you have a canopy or something that's out over that public way. So do our blade signs currently require, or projecting signs require that?
No.
That's true. I mean, really, it's just elevated, but yet it's above the public way. So much of what we have in here doesn't require the approval of the select board.
And then if it was at the building commissioner, say we have a storm, the building commissioner could just send out an email to all the people with the permit saying, we're having snow, make sure your signs are brought in for the X number of weeks until we clear the snow. I mean, then the select board's not gonna do that. They may not meet. I feel like you might want a town staff to do that.
Well, you go back to, you could certainly just say it's done by the building commissioner and that's what's proposed. But if it's an ugly sandwich sign, we're stuck with an
Yeah,
ugly
we're stuck with
sandwich
it.
sign. Because, you know,
Taking our
I don't
chances
think
on
your
it.
building commissioner's gonna say, well, could you make it pink as
Yeah.
opposed to chartreuse, you know?
All right, so let's just keep it with the building department, okay.
Okay, so no sign review board.
So this says, the sign shall not protrude on the sidewalk in such a way as to obstruct pedestrian traffic or reduce the open sidewalk width to less than 4 feet. Should that be 5 feet?
I'm gonna put in that it has to maintain ADA compliance, so, because there were a number of these bullet points when we talked last time. They could be moved to your guidelines, they don't all have to be in the bylaw. But we
Yeah.
didn't really go through to identify which ones do we wanna put where.
I think all of those could go in the guidelines.
Yeah, we had talked.
Anything to make this fewer pages.
Yes.
I mean, it's a lot of text for a sign that is less impactful than many others.
There certainly is, yes.
All right,
I
so
think
strike
moving
that, we'll move the bullet points into our, that'll be to our facade handbook.
And if there are a few that as I go through and I think, well, that really should stay in the bylaw, like
Yeah.
ADA clearance, we'll keep that.
Yeah, I have the accessibility guidelines and it says width of walkway shall not be less than 48 inches. So it looks like this was written correctly.
Okay.
If that says 48.
Anything on page 15? Moving down to special provisions for restaurants.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So the bylaw refers to the insurance that, right, isn't that under
The sandwich boards, yes.
disability insurance? So if we ever wanted or needed to change the coverage requirements, we have to amend the bylaw.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting we move most of these to your design guidelines
Okay,
instead.
okay, so all of those go.
Exactly.
Okay,
Right, because
great.
if you suddenly decided, oh, $1 million's not enough, we
Yeah.
need 2 million and
Yeah.
you're right, you'd have to go back to town
Okay,
meeting.
Great.
Yeah, and also a lot of the A-frames don't have a cross brace. And this says must be constructed with a cross brace.
So,
I think you could just get rid of that part, just say the sign must have sufficient strength to stand by itself.
And we can make those, any changes, look at that, look at the sign.
The guidelines.
The handbook. Okay, is anything else on page 15?
Well, sorry, but
No.
The bed and breakfast, that the sign must not be illuminated and it must be set back not less than half the depth of the front yard. If I think about bed and breakfast, there's usually a little light on it, and especially if it's half the distance back, it could be pretty far back from the street, depending how big the front yard is. I'm not sure where those dimensions came from. And the 4 square feet, that's only 2 by 2, which is pretty small to advertise for someone they're driving at night, they're looking for the bed and breakfast, they're gonna have a hard time finding it here with these requirements.
So do you want to allow illumination and allow it to be closer to the property line?
I don't think you're gonna find it otherwise, so I think yes. And I think it needs probably to be a little bigger than 4 square feet, maybe 6 square feet.
Would it not follow the
Yeah.
same regulation as any other business? Primary facade width multiplied by a certain square foot. By a certain,
Well, bed and
like if
breakfast
it's
is
0.7.
like, I think it's viewed to be kind of like a house.
Yeah.
Like an inn, kind of, which we don't allow currently in our zoning, but I'm thinking about those historic houses that you might find in Vermont or something as a bed and breakfast. You would have it most likely would be within 10 feet of the street and
Mhm.
have a little light on it.
Yes.
So only direct illumination,
Right.
And 6 feet.
6 feet. And how close to the property line?
You could do it like 15 feet like the others and
That's-
with the
yeah.
discretion of being able to change that if we want to be somewhat consistent.
Sounds good.
That sounds.
Yeah, like consistency.
Makes sense. And then under fuel service stations on page 16, John was reviewing that, and he felt that possibly the 20 feet, square feet in area might be too small, and John, I think you had suggested 25 square feet
Yeah, I
in
did.
area, maybe
I was-
to allow.
I was thinking about it more last night after we chatted. I'm not sure. Well, can I share something for a second? Am I allowed?
Sure, yeah,
Let me.
please, yes.
Here's the show station.
You're frozen on our screen. You've been frozen for quite a while, actually.
Oh, am I moving again?
No,
No.
we can hear you
Oh.
very well, and we have been able to, but you've been looking down for a long time.
I'm not sure why I'm frozen because on my screen I'm not, but and anyway, can you see the screen?
Should we go?
I can see your screen.
You're still
It's
frozen.
it's coming up on mine. I think it might be because you're frozen on your end and you're trying to share.
It could be us here.
Oh.
It could be.
It might be our,
Yeah, I think it might be. I think it's on our end because we're not catching up to you because I can see you moving on my screen, but not on the big screen here.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so
Alright, we're gonna try to-
he's moving here, but he's not moving there, so something's up with that.
Liz can see John on.
trying to share a screen?
He's sharing screen and I can see it on mine because I'm a host, but it's not coming up on the TV.
trying to pull it up, John, so.
Well, Liz can just turn her screen around and make it all of her.
Yeah, that's true. I could let everyone take a peek at my screen if you want.
However you'd like to do it.
Want John unfrozen.
That's true. We do want John frozen.
Oh. Look at it.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Thank you very much.
Am I frozen?
Can you see it?
You
All
see
right,
the
John,
screen
we've
now?
got it up on the screen here.
Okay. See, I think when we're dealing with gas stations, each station's different. So when you talk about
Oh, no.
not exceeding 9 square feet or,
John?
He's
you
not
know,
muted.
are you not hearing me?
One or the other, so
Maybe
let's
that's
take
what
a
he
quick.
meant.
I have trouble hearing you, John.
Can
Get the
either
screen or we don't get
see
John.
or hear.
It says it's not on his end.
It's not on his end.
Maybe John should try leaving and coming back.
Then we'll lose his share screen too, though.
Calling John Zykax.
The British version, huh?
What language do you want? Is it English?
Maybe just put him on speaker.
Hi, Meredith.
Hey, we lost you on sound, but we do have your screen up and I have you on speakerphone.
Okay.
If anyone,
Yeah.
people hear. Yeah. All right, so if you want to walk us through your diagram and maybe our tech guys here think it's on your end possibly, so
Should I
after
log
this,
out and come back in again?
yeah, why don't you go through this and then, yeah, you know what, why don't you do that? Why don't you try to log out and come back in and see if that works?
Okay.
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 Right.
Bye.
Oh, there.
Perfect.
Except for you don't
Well-
hear ski.
Oh, no, it's not. These two are not.
Oh, yeah.
Something's in his panels, it's got to be something. Here. Do you see him?
I'm just waiting for him to come in as an attendee. Yeah, he just came in, was promoted.
Almost there.
It looks like I'm still frozen on your screen.
There.
All right.
I can't hear
Can you hear it?
Can we still not hear him?
Audio? Can you hear us, John?
I can.
Hear us, but we,
Yeah, if someone says, can you hear us, don't nod, just say yes,
he said yes, he could hear us.
and we can hear him.
No.
Nope.
No. Although.
And I'm still frozen on your
No,
screen, I
we-
can see.
Let's try it again. John, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay,
There we
great.
go.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
You just can't see me because I'm still frozen.
we can see you. So yeah, you
Oh,
can
you can?
share your screen again? Yep.
Okay.
So strange, you sound those two.
Okay.
Try speaking once more, just to confirm.
I can hear you.
Great,
Super. Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so in thinking about this a little bit more after we spoke yesterday, Meredith and Liz, I was thinking because when we were talking about that 25 square feet, I was thinking about this upper portion of what I call their pedestal sign. I don't know if there's a correct term for this. They all have them.
Right.
So I was thinking as this top part as 25, but as I was thinking of it more, maybe we restrict or put a size limit on this overall element that all the gas stations have. And then they can, then they can fill it up as they need it. Because this portion right here is a little over, figure it out. I don't know where I wrote it down. I think it's a little over, it's like 10 foot 9 from the bottom of the sign to the top, and then they don't have a clearance here underneath because this was an existing sign that they were recladding. But this is the discussion point that we all get into is what is the correct height of one of these?
Right.
I mean, you need a certain distance to the bottom so that you can see through it as you're driving, because this is located Yeah, this is located on the corner right here. So you need to be able to visually see through it.
Right.
John, wasn't there an application for a gas station on Granite Ave where across the street was a house or?
Yeah.
Yes, I was trying to find that one. I couldn't find that one.
And I just
That one
remember
was
there being a
very
lot of
controversial.
concern, yeah.
Yeah, it was due to the excuse me, it was due to the lighting of the sign, and that's one of the reasons why we started going to the internally lit. Like you see on this example, the nighttime, it's just the Shell logo that's lit up. In the past, this whole box would have been lit up.
Okay,
So now we have it limited to the logo. We have it limited to the numbers of the gas price. So not everything is lit. And that's what we had there. But the neighbors still thought this logo was still too bright. So I believe we had that one put in with dimming, but I can't remember. That was a long time ago. But I think if we could somehow come up with a size for these, that's the major portion of a gas station. I mean, it's hard to regulate, the things that go on the building because a lot of them relate to the size that's available on the building.
So John, maybe
But-
keeping the logo to that logo portion to the 20 square feet. Makes sense?
Well, this one is 4 by little. So this one's about 16.
Okay, so
The actual
so
logo
smaller.
size, and then the posts are, when you include the post, it gets larger, but it's 48 and 3/8 inches by 50 and 3/4. So it's roughly 4 by 4.
And 10 feet, so maybe we reduce the 20 square feet but make it pertaining to the logo portion. And then cap the height, is that a standard? You're saying you
No,
want
see,
it to
that-
be open at the bottom.
Yep, it needs to have a certain height underneath it. So I don't know what the height is here because, like I said, this was an existing sign that was being refaced, so they didn't give us the dimension on the bottom. But we could probably do some research and see what this height should be, unless someone that controls traffic would have an idea of what that should be. And doesn't need to be that high for a car, but.
But they don't necessarily have to have it open or and see-through.
I think it's for traffic. I think this is on a
Yeah.
corner.
It's on a corner.
If it's on a corner, you need to be able to see through the sign.
Otherwise you're
Unless
gonna
it's just,
have vision
It's
block.
coming down,
Yeah, on the
Bryant,
left side.
that's on Bryant.
Yeah, Bryant,
And and the post office is right across the street to the right.
yeah.
yeah, post office is here.
Yeah,
This isn't exactly.
They've applied for a new sign.
the one on
Okay.
the right side.
So it's
the
not
right
up
corner.
yet.
It hasn't been installed yet, right, John?
Oh, I don't know. This was approved. I don't know. I don't know if it was installed yet or not.
I don't think it has been yet.
So they have two signs on either corner of their,
One on each
but
corner.
one
of
on
the
each
property.
corner,
Right.
one on the left, one on the right.
I think they're gonna take down,
These gas stations are filled with signs, but they're all pre-existing, right?
but technically, John,
no.
they can't keep up their other sign once they put this sign up.
What sign is that? I mean, this sign right here? They're existing?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that sign doesn't
Yeah,
have a
that's solid all the way to
see-through.
the ground.
Right. That one doesn't, yeah, but I don't know why. Someone must have approved it, that it had vision. See, we didn't approve this one.
So my understanding is they're taking that one down
Right. That's my
and
understanding
replacing it
too,
with the other one,
with this one.
right?
But
And they're putting it in a new location.
Right, they reload because this was a reface of an existing sign.
And that they're not.
No,
putting
so
the
maybe
one-
if it's, they're replacing the existing, then that's,
That
Then-
sign and make it look like that.
Yeah,
okay.
They're not putting up another one. Cause the
That's
one
what
on
we
the
should-
right corner is down, the
Yeah.
one closest to the post
Post
office.
I thought was
So
knocked
they're
down.
not putting that one back up.
Did they clarify that, John, that they are gonna reuse the existing sign?
Yeah, if you go back to where John was earlier, see this?
Yeah, because see, this sign right here is A. And that's what this sign is. It's sign A. And it says proposed main ID sign reface. They're going to reface the existing sign.
But John, scroll.
There was one that was knocked down too.
See this over here, what does that say there? John,
Which one?
scroll bottom of the page, so that existing main ID. So
I'll take
I thought that existing
Viewed from
main ID
s-
is being replaced with the proposed main ID sign reface, right?
it says total
No.
sign height is 20 feet.
This one, looking at where it is here with where the pumps are, this one should be, let me get my bearings right here. Oh yeah, that would be, that spot. So, but that one's, see, when they reviewed it to us, they said letter A was letter A.
And it also says that well, that's the existing main ID, was 20 feet.
Yeah, 20 feet total height.
Yeah, that's.
It's higher than the streetlights. Look at that thing.
That's pretty tall.
That would mean that space is.
Yeah, and that would, if this was 10 feet and then 10 feet open under, that doesn't look right proportionately. If this is 10.9, that wouldn't be 10 feet.
No, it's just that's what it said on that drawing,
Right, correct. For
on the
the,
photograph.
right.
I'm just looking at the Impermitize, they filed their application like 2 days ago. So there's a more, probably more up-to-date drawing in here for the building
But
department. So,
this,
do you want me to share my screen or I don't know, I mean, it
It doesn't seem
hasn't,
like it's the same sign.
it hasn't been assigned yet.
Looking at it, that looks like it's down further.
yeah, this looks, because you would see, if it was across to the post office, you should see the post office here.
Right, I think you're looking,
That view, you can see another spot or a
it's
sign would
pointing
go.
to it on the corner, but I think that sign's down on the left.
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
what I think too.
Yeah, way
No,
up top.
they're showing that, but that's not accurate.
Right.
because if you look
I
at
don't
that
think that's
photo,
accurate.
I think it's down on the left.
It is down on the left.
Yeah.
It's when you're exiting.
Oh, wait.
Down here
No, it's
somewhere.
Jack, down on the left
Wait,
is
no, no,
Jackrabbit.
no. I'm
It's
sorry,
right
you're
there.
right, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that's, Jackrabbit's there.
Okay.
So is it,
up there, that's the sign that was knocked down that I thought they were gonna replace, but
Yeah, that's the one that's not there.
Okay,
Yeah, I see.
You can see it on the ground, right?
On Boulevard Street, it's on the.
now they're parking a car there.
Yeah.
It's probably full of
Okay.
snow right now.
but the 20 feet does not look correct, even though that's what they
No.
put graphically. But is it
Correct.
showing on that, what you're finding on Permitize, Liz, is it showing it 20 feet high?
that's what, I was trying to find the other one you were talking about before across from the residential, because there we had a lot of discussion about the height. And I don't know why 14, 15 feet sticks in my head, 14.6. I'm
20
not
feet
sure
high.
why.
20 feet high from the ground?
For this one, okay.
No, for this one, but I think the other one that was across from the residence, I think it was shorter.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And we were trying to get Shell to do that, but they said they were just refacing an existing sign.
So
They
we shouldn't
weren't
make
taking it
20
down.
feet.
yeah, I think 20
So-
feet would be too tall then.
Yeah,
14
I think,
feet.
So I was gonna say, what do you usually say for lights?
Well, we usually say 12.
12. So 20 is way too tall.
Yeah, in this
Yeah, I think
instance, let's
20 is
say no
way too
higher than
tall.
a street light.
This
Yeah,
is,
should
this
be
is
higher
again
than a street.
targeting the highway.
But if you're on the highway, you really, I guess I followed that one.
Sorry
Do
to
you
interrupt.
really, do you really care that it's $2.34? Like, if you need gas, you need gas and you're kind of desperate.
sign, you're gone.
Yeah, because you
Faster.
caned get to it. You're 100% right. You gotta go down and
I
then
get
come
it,
back.
I get it,
No,
yeah.
Milton, I think it's really for the off-ramp on the other side. You know, you come up the other side, you come into East Milton Square, you
Right,
come
yeah, you
across
see
the
it
other
there,
side. I
yeah.
think that's all it's applicable for. I don't think it's applicable for the highway.
If that's the case, then you don't need it 20 feet,
No,
12
I think
Seems-
you could do 12 or
12 will
14.
suffice.
I would say 12. I would rather see 10, but 12 seems.
And then if the
Well,
overall
remember
height-
though, if you make it that low, you unless it's narrow, you need the space underneath to see it. So
If you're remembering that the other one was 14 feet, if you think
Yeah,
that's what that was, then it seems like that one works, right?
yeah, I'd have to dig through and see if I could find that one.
Okay,
I don't know if I.
I think they,
If I-
so
I
shouldn't
mean,
we have a record of those?
they also can tell
Yeah,
these-
we should. There should be a record of probably a paper file of it somewhere.
But I think they can also decrease the size of the digital, which is part of the LED digital pricing.
Oh, sure.
Reduce, make that much smaller.
Yeah, like
So I think
it could be this size right here. It doesn't need to be that size.
Right.
So 8-inch, right,
I was gonna say, if
Yeah,
it just is limited by the overall height of 14 feet, do we really care what size is their logo at the top and what size they have say for their
No,
I'd
that
say-
and I
It's a
guess that's what I was
4 foot.
trying to get to. I think the overall size of the sign is more important than the components on it.
so what about that 4-foot width? Should we limit the width?
So the
And height?
dimensions on this application are 130 inches height, 49 inches width, and total square footage of 45. That's so what's 130
feet.
for height?
11, right?
120 is 10.
And I don't know, and that may not include the pylons, so I don't know.
Say the dimensions again. Was that Liz?
This is just on the permit application.
Yep.
It's 150, 130 inches height, 49
Yep.
width. And then the square
Yep.
footage is 45. So it may
Yes.
not, and it says that is installing new faces in existing price sign cabinets, existing footing to remain as is.
Right. So that matches up because this is 129 and a half, so they made it 130. And this is 48 and 3/8, so they said it was 49.
Yeah.
So it does not include the
Poles.
structure, the pylons that are going up all the way up to the top. It's just the
Probably-
piece
and the
between them.
And the corner clearance is in here too, and that references back to the section of the bylaw that defines corner clearance.
Mhm.
So that's probably has to abide by that. 27510.7B.
Yeah, because see, I don't think they need all, I think
Right.
it could be an 8-inch LED. I don't think they need to have room to say service center, full service. Or maybe they say full service, but not V power.
Yeah, they don't need all of that.
Yeah. So I think if you made it the 50 and the 50, that's what, 4 feet, 2 inches, 4 feet, 2 inches. Most say that's 8 feet. And then you left 6 feet below it or 7 feet below it. That gets you to a 14 or 15 foot overall height.
I think 14 sounds, and that's probably what is across the street.
And then it's a matter of, because then, as we see in this sign, for some reason, they didn't need to have that opening below it, so it gave them more place to put signage on it.
So we should say the height, if the height's 14, the overall sign area, we also want
Well, do
At
we
8?
care? We don't
4 feet
care what
wide.
the overall sign area is, because they're
I think we
limited,
don't want it to be the whole thing, we don't,
yeah, but they could be limited by the corner clearance.
Right, but if they're not, like apparently
not.
this sign is not,
Unless,
you know, they,
is that an actual sign, I wonder?
yeah,
Is it
that's
this
what's
one?
there now.
Can you make them do some better landscaping too? While
Well,
you're
you
at it, we need a
you don't like a,
landscaping
you don't like a
bylaw.
half dead, you don't like a half dead tree?
Oh my God.
I think they did say they were gonna try to do some landscaping. So the overall sign area, so the height of would be 14 feet, but
8 feet of signage on looking at this example, it'd be like 8 feet of signage and then 6 feet open below it.
so we could probably reduce that though, right, John? You could
How far up is your seating?
reduce that
Reduce
to
what?
6 feet,
6 feet.
Truck is big
or excuse me, from 8
Uh.
feet. Could we reduce that down to 6 feet?
I don't know. I guess you could.
Fire an overall 6-foot sign area and get a lot of that, some of that stuff.
Well, if you get
reduced.
8 feet, these two come out, and so we know whether that makes all this stuff smaller because they want to get that in here or not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The 8, because if it's the 8
I mean,
inch.
we could limit the size of the LED. We could say it was 8-inch LED for the price information.
I'm with you, I almost rather just have the overall size reduced and let them figure that out
Yes.
without
Yeah,
dictating.
let them figure it out.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I never look at the two prices.
Right,
I
Me
think they
neither.
have to post cash and credit by law, right? Because it would be misleading otherwise. They do that.
Oh, they have to show both by law? Good
Yeah, but it's, I'm not sure about that actually, but I'm all right
so
lowering, I don't mind the width, I like the height at 12 or 14, to be honest with you. Other than that, I mean, that's what we should be focused on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Focus on the overall size and not all the individual pieces.
so a maximum height of,
To match what's at the other one, because then that way they're consistent.
Other station, you mean,
The
or
other
other?
station, yeah, the other station across the way.
That one's high.
I think they could do a 12, I actually think a 12-foot would be adequate and still leave
I just don't like
space.
it higher than a street light, just, and right now, one of these renderings
Yeah.
shows it, the
I-
one down the corner. Unless
much
it's the angle that
yeah.
we're looking at, it seems much taller than a street light.
I
Oh,
agree.
this is much taller than a street light, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what we don't
Yeah,
want.
if we cap it at a street light, I'd be happy.
Yeah, but those are not all the same either.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
is it the ones mounted on the telephone pole? Is the
No, no.
freestanding on a pedestal?
Freestanding on a pedestal like shown in this picture, if we could just find the average of those, it's that or lower, I would be happy.
Like something like this.
Exactly, yeah.
Mhm.
And I don't know the answer, that's just my opinion.
So-
It would be.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if they had a height of 12-foot height and a sign area of 6 by 4, that's sort of what you were saying, John, when you said 25, if it includes everything.
Yeah, because 4 feet, now 4 feet doesn't include the structure, correct? It'd just be the signage area.
Correct. Signage area would be like a 4 by 6.
Yeah, because like I said,
12
right
foot
now, this
height.
from I don't know if you can see my hand here, my cursor, but from
Yeah.
this point to the top is 8 right now.
So
Just
and
a
that seems like
touch
that
over
could,
8.
that could be condensed to 6. what we need.
Oh, I think it's just easier saying overall height, do not exceed 12 feet.
If it's not a corner sign, they could fill that whole thing up with litter it with everything. So I'm thinking if we give them a 6x4 area of putting all of their pricing, their logo, their service,
But
Because you're
look at
limiting
this picture.
it. You're
look
limiting
at
it
this.
here for the next one that's gonna come.
yeah, these we are already determined, so it's just the future.
I mean, I know this is a photo, so it's kind of tough to line things up, but you know, if you line it up with a street light, if it's say this is the height it's coming down to, is that so bad if they have all this for signage if it's only 4 feet wide?
There's a UPS truck, outside a UPS truck, 12 feet.
I think it seems like 6 feet by 4 would be enough area, that a lot of that could be condensed. It would
Where'd
be
I go?
more attractive.
Here we are.
So we'll all go to the next sign review committee. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sign's gonna look much better.
The new sign, yeah. And I mean, we had in here 20 square feet.
Which was, I was thinking was this top piece.
Yeah.
Right, because it's written as the business identification sign,
Right.
which I guess arguably would just be the shell symbol. So
Right.
if you wanted to instead limit the total signage
Signage
area to say 24 square feet total, and a maximum height of 14 or 12 feet, whatever you decide upon.
Yeah.
One question I have though is, you see those canopies over the gas stations? And the
Yeah.
pumps, and also just immediately above the pumps? You know, there's a lot of language and text and symbols there too. Are we counting all of that towards their sign area?
I think that falls into the.
I would say no.
Yeah.
I would say that's just this principal, I don't know what we call it, pedestal sign. Principal information sign. I'm not sure what we label this, but you know, they do need to have information. They do need to number the pumps. They do have to have information on each pump.
Yeah.
They typically have something over the service bays.
So the
And
accessory
and-
signs.
yeah, accessory signs. And you know, they had this, they called it the pectin sign. And I know they were originally going to illuminate it and we asked them not to, so they did not. You know, so there are accessory signs that they do need.
All right, so you want to limit the size of the principal sign for the
Yeah.
gas station? Okay,
And 12 feet and a 4x6 sign area.
do you want to go so far as to say a 6x4 sign area or just 24 square feet?
John, do you have a
We should say 6x4 sign area, yeah.
6x4?
But we don't say that in any other part of the bylaw, don't we just do a total?
Right,
We do.
So it should be consistent with the other parts of the bylaw.
Okay.
Okay. If they want it wider,
Or if they want it narrower and come down lower because they're in a spot that doesn't need the visibility, they could do that.
In their case, the columns already exist, right?
Right.
It's already, it's a 5-foot dimension, right, column, whatever.
right, they're
yeah,
4
that's a
feet
good
between
point,
them.
yep.
That's, yeah. So they weren't gonna change that, but somebody else could.
Mm-hmm. Right. That is a good point.
Okay.
I'm trying to find that sign in East Milton. I can't find it. So John, if you find it, let us know if the 14 feet is the right height.
Yeah, I'd have to dig through, see if
Still
I
have
have a
Milton
paper file
Times
somewhere.
issue, that was like the front cover. I don't know why, it must have been something in it that I saved it, because I came across it recently, I'm like, that was.
But you just indicated you want this to be a maximum height of 12 feet,
I think 12.
right? Okay.
So then we definitely know we're not above the streetlights
Maximum height of the sign is gonna be 12 feet.
of the overall, of the total height.
And what's the existing total height is 20, right?
It's 14 across the way, the controversial one,
Milton gas?
Milton.
I don't know if it's 12 feet, it might be 14 feet, like I said, for some reason 14 feet sticks in my head.
Yeah, that one might be 14, but
We were just trying to get it lower than the streetlights.
right, so are we good on that? And then I don't think, the zoning bylaw, I don't think there was anything else on page 16 or 17. But there was one other thing, John, that we had talked about that, I had skipped. If we can go back to page 5.
Oh, wait, while we're on page 16, the question on the right said, consider making the penalties consistent.
Right.
So we're doing that, correct?
So that's in the building department, that's gonna have to
Okay.
be,
So I agree with that, yes, thank you.
so, if everyone goes back to page 5, on Roman numeral 7, when we were going through this, window signs which cover more than 25% of the commercial we now have commercial window signs, which cover more than 25%. John felt that was much too large. He said you don't, they would never allow that much space of the window to be covered. And so John suggested 10%.
Yes,
Is that correct, John?
yes.
Yeah. That's the only other thing. I
So
forgot
I'm sorry,
to
what
mention.
percent was that? Gonna
So
change
10,
that?
10%, he said he thought 25 was much too.
Okay.
Could I share screen for a second again?
Sure.
I believe this is the sign we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
So this looks wider than 4 feet, but I gotta see if I can find this somewhere. I know we reduced the height on it.
312 grand there, so I could try looking at 312.
How tall is a telephone pole typically? 30?
Don't know.
And that's actually set up on it looks like it's up on a,
Yeah, it's on a stone base for protection.
base. So which even lifts it up, yeah. Thank you, John.
Sure.
Anything else, Carolyn, that we didn't address? I think
No.
if we button up
No, I
those,
think-
yeah.
I think we did a
John-
good job tonight.
Thank you. I know this is like tedious going through all this, but this is gonna make it so much better going forward. Cleaner and more clear for the
Excellent.
sign review committee, the building inspector, for Liz, everyone who's involved with this. And John, I said it last night, but your committee does such a good job with this, with really balancing the needs of the businesses versus, sort of the aesthetics of the sign, and having architects and graphic artists on there, really that expertise is, you've done a great job, so
Well,
thank you.
we try
for all
our
your
best.
work.
Sure.
And thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, John.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Thank
You
you.
too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay. Great.
So I'll work
Liz,
on
yeah.
my next draft.
Hopefully you're last.
Yeah, this should be, and then,
Third time's the charm.
yeah, if we get this circulated, I don't know if you've talked to Nick, if he needs us to submit it to the warrant committee before our next meeting.
Yeah.
I know he would like to have the draft of the language. Maybe once Carolyn has a chance to do these revisions, it gets circulated to the members. If the members have any changes or concerns with anything, they can let Liz know. And if we don't hear by maybe the end of next, I mean, depending on when, not to rush you at all, but maybe by the end of next week, if people don't have any comments, we could send it over to the warrant committee.
Right, because I think there's still a few things in terms of
Yeah.
mostly height or sizes
Right.
that I've got a lot of to be determined.
Yes, exactly. We want to get those, plugged in before we send it over.
Yeah, I'll just be communicating with him. I know he's anxious to get it as soon as we can get it to him, so.
So I know they
and
are.
we'll work on some of that research as well with some of the
That
approved
would be
projects and try to get some of that information out to you guys as well to help you inform the final review of Carolyn's draft.
That's great.
And
Thank
I
you.
will aim
Sounds
for
good.
early next week to get this to you, so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. You've been wonderful. Thank you.
Good night, folks.
We appreciate your
You're very welcome.
clear, concise wording and your
The only thing I can't do is give you dimensions.
No.
That's entirely up to you guys.
Let's push it forward, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Bye.
Thank you.
so much. So sorry. So much for an early meeting.
It was only at a 4-hour meeting before this.
I know.
I
I was really, and Cheryl hadn't had dinner,
When
so.
I've been at jury
my dinner.
duty all
What's for
day.
dinner?
I had a little power bar on my way here.
So
Got 70%
budget,
left in my battery, so.
looking pretty good.
Thanks so much.
Goodness, you're losing
Um,
Sean and me.
yeah, I know, so, I mean, we've all been following the budget
Oh, yeah.
committee. I don't know if you wanna defer this to our next meeting, your update on this.
So
or-
I'll be quick.
Okay.
So the charge of the Milton Budget Coordination Committee is to review current fiscal budget to actual analysis and to discuss the revenue and expenditure outlook for the next fiscal year and to review the town's long-range financial plan. So with our budget currently what it is for FY '27, we haven't had much of a chance to look at our long-range financial plan, but good news is, because I always like to start with good news, is FY '26 is in good fiscal shape. So we had the override and we're in a much better financial position today than we were last year at this time. And this is really due to the collaboration of Nick Milano and John Phelan. So they seem to really work well together and it's just a nice thing to see. But so however, we're working on FY '27 and that doesn't look quite so positive. Because the departments have been creating their budgets based on level service. And that's created a projected deficit of about $2.5 million. And so what we're realizing is the 9.5 million override isn't enough to cover level service funding. And, not to repeat history, but we all know that one-time money, including free cash, was used to fund the operating budget. And by doing that, that increased the department budgets. And so now these department budgets are, a little bit bloated. And so another piece of information I need to find out is a level service budget could also mean that their department is requesting funding for positions that are kind of nice to have positions. And they've been approved, but they might not actually be positions that are filled currently. And I'm not isolating town or school, this is just across the town as a whole. So it'd be nice to know how many positions are actually filled versus approved. And as I said, the FY26 budget seems to be working. And so maybe we kind of need to switch our mindset for now to a level dollar budgeting, since we know FY26 is working. And then that would just mean that the departments would request what they had in FY26. And then when state aid comes in, which I believe the amounts came in, but we have not had a meeting since they've come in. Then the departments could request more based on the projected needs for the upcoming year. And department needs fluctuate every year, so I represent the planning board and planning department. And so we may need funding for our recodification efforts and for, a townwide economic development study. And so maybe one year we might need more in our budget, but we wouldn't need it the following year. So, we kind of, all departments sort of have to work together and give and take. And that's why I think not just doing, we just have to be more flexible, I think. And again, in my opinion, what I'm seeing is that Milton has a spending problem. And I said at the meeting that I don't want the town's spending problem to become our zoning problem. People have moved to Milton or stayed in Milton for various reasons. And Milton has never relied on a big commercial tax base to fund the operating budget. And so currently, if we're $2.5 million short, we would need about $40 million of commercial property to bring in that $2 million. And so to put that into perspective, Milton would need about 18 fruit centers to bring in $2 million, because the fruit center brings in about $114,000 in property taxes. So when people say we need more commercial, I think we agree and we support all the small independent businesses around town and neighborhood businesses, and we definitely could, zone some neighborhood businesses. But I don't think the town and our traffic could support 19 fruit centers all across town. Our traffic would be terrible, and where would they go? So Nick is being creative in trying to kind of do some cuts, requiring the schools to do some cuts, and then reallocating some debt, which kind of makes me a little bit nervous. He's trying to consolidate the Cuttingham-Collycott with the fire station and just postponing paying that for another year. So it's a savings of FY27 of about $200,000, but we're not actually getting a relief. We're just kicking the can down the road a little bit. So it kind of buys us time. The biggest driver is our insurance, and we have a younger workforce in town, and they are, more of them are going on to family plans. And so a family plan costs around $20,000 more per year. And the town covers about 76% of that. And it's just not the town of Milton. That's not just a Milton problem. That's a everyone problem. But it's something we have to deal with. And, we did end the year, last year, with a $4.58 million in free cash. So that was a really positive thing. And now I've been hearing from different people, you know, what should we be doing with that $4.58 million? And, you know, some say, and it's not just committee members, but people around town, some say that, you know, we should be paying down more debt. Some people say we should be buying property for either open space to help combat climate change. We should be buying properties to help with our affordable subsidized housing list. Some even say that in theory, if we ended the year with a $4.58 million free cash, that perhaps the taxpayers were overtaxed, and maybe some of that money should go back to the taxpayers through an abatement of some sort. So Nick is trying to figure out what to do with that $4.58 million. I have reminded him that, you know, the planning board would like to see some recodification done. We also have the economic development across town, and I think, trying to do a housing production plan and trying to figure out how we can increase some of our affordable units in town. So he's you know, working hard and trying to make it all work. And I think that you know, it's a great committee. People are really respectful of each other and everyone's positions, and we're just sort of all trying to figure it out. At this moment in time, the planning board doesn't have a huge role, because we just haven't been focused on future. Our revenues are coming in where they're projected, but a lot of the revenues are from our 40Bs, so from the building permits that are coming in. And we're not really sure when the next round of like 40B permitting will be done. So he's very cautious and a little bit conservative with that. Also, you know, the town raises a lot of money in excise taxes. So the question is, you know, in a broader view, are we still as a town going to be turning over our cars, getting new cars? Or are we gonna be driving our cars a little bit longer, so is the excise tax maybe going to be reduced a little bit more? The building permits, not just from the 40Bs, have always been strong, but will it continue to be strong? Are people doing the you know, the kitchen renovations or additions? And that still is a strong, he thinks that will be strong, but maybe not just as strong as the bigger permits have been. So it'll be interesting. It's an interesting discussion going on. You know, I have to fully disclose that my daughter is a teacher here in town, and she was on the cut list last year. She's on the cut list this year. And when she was on that list last year, and then the override went through, and of course she was happy, she had a job, and I said, but I wouldn't be celebrating too prematurely, because I don't see that the town's overall health is going to change, so I wouldn't anticipate that you might still have a job next year. So we've had a lot of conversations in my house about municipal financing, and I remind her that I am doing my part because she's still on my health insurance, and she has not, she has earned her master's, but that has not increased her pay yet. So you know, it just will take time, and people will have to tighten their belts and just kind of work together.
Can I provide 2 comments? The commercial tax base, Nick knows this very well, he and I had this conversation. Around 3% of our tax revenue comes from the commercial tax base. it's a small value. That represents all of the commercial tax base in town. This idea of creating a revenue stream by expanding our commercial base is not realistic. You know, you would have to double our commercial business that we have in town to go from 3% to 6%. And what harm might we cause by doing that? You know, it's I just think people don't understand how little revenue comes from all of the commercial business that we have in town. It's not gonna move the needle. But
I think we need the economic development study to see what economic potential we have. When we did the Milton Village zoning and analysis back, zoning was adopted in 2020, but when we were doing the analysis before that, we had calculated that the amount of tax revenue coming out of the Milton Village Business District was really small because there's not a lot of business there. And we're still not getting much improvement there because there's been very little redevelopment. But when you're looking at properties that are where the rental rates are low and they're not generating a lot of income, that's how the assessor determines the assessed value for those properties. So the big taxpayer in Milton Village is 88 Wharf and Extra Space Storage. So I think the economic development study is necessary for this conversation. The other thing I was going to ask you is that when I was on the warrant committee, I had asked this question about when the revenue projections for things that are under construction hit the book. So are they projecting the revenue for all of the things that are under construction right now? All the 40Bs and the 440 Granite Ave? Have they factored that into the revenue projection?
So no, they've just only factored in the building permits
Yeah, so
that
there's,
have been pulled. They haven't done a more complete
so like 440
analysis.
Granite Ave had estimated for us several years ago that would be $250,000 of tax revenue. That's 24 units. And how many units are under construction? How many hundreds of units are under construction? So it would be good to get an understanding. And I asked this of the assessor during the MBTA communities discussion last year and about projection, and they don't really work off of projections. They work off of things that are built. So he wasn't able to provide that projection. So, but if we looked at a different, multifamily or across the multifamilies from 88 Wharf to 36 Central to others, I guess you could get some idea. But I think that's worth your committee looking at, because, and looking at when those are due, the projections for when they're due to be complete. Because if 24 units is 250,000, that's 100,000 a unit. I don't know, that's the retail is factored in there too, but it would be worth getting those projections.
Yeah, and it's important to know also like how many kids, so if we'll bring to the school department, because that's really the driver. The fruit center brings in $114,000 a year, so that's for 7 kids.
It's not a lot for
That's-
a business,
Um,
honestly.
and so that one property will educate 7 kids.
Is there a
250,000
split
is
rate? Does Milton have a split rate?
I think it's 12 and 18,
Yes, yeah, commercial,
18?
yes, yeah.
so the net's only 6.
I think you meant 10,000 a unit, right?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I haven't had my dinner and it's
Yeah, I know.
11 o'clock at night. so-
You're doing really well.
So real quick, Maggie, the spreadsheet, the 2.5% levy, is that an automatic 2.5% every year that they add 2.5% levy?
Yeah,
Does our tax base or our revenue increase by 2.5% every year automatically? Do you guys know that answer?
yeah, so it automatically increases by 2.5%, but it actually goes up more than that
Right.
because of our assessed values. So,
Property value as
yeah,
well.
property
So every year, no
values,
matter what,
yeah,
our
so the
town
town,
budget is increased by 2.5%.
yeah, the town
And
plans
we
for
just had
that.
an override last year,
Yeah.
and now we're 2.5 in the hole again, even with our 2.5%.
And I think,
It just-
I think.
You're right, we have a spending problem, it's a big spending issue.
I think our all of our property tax went up by 13%.
Wow.
It was 13%.
Really?
I think so. I know I'm paying mine tomorrow.
My wife pays mine, she's probably not telling me on purpose.
So, given the hour, I mean, Maggie, I think you expressed in your overview your opinions about things and what you're sharing with the committee based on your own personal opinions. I don't know, at the next meeting, maybe you can give an overview of the consensus of the committee overall, which is what I gave for the CPC. I didn't represent my positions about any of the things. I represented what the committee decided, what the committee discussed, and I think that's the important part, that I would like to hear too.
Yeah, and, yeah, so it is, this,
But we got both. We got both tonight. I mean, you're entitled to give your opinion, but I think you get both.
and the school budget went up, was close to a 10% increase traditionally. And then they were budgeting for a level service, which was a 5.2%. And this is where some of the confusion, fell was Nick was hoping for a 3% from the school side. And so now, that's why they're kind of scrambling a little bit on the school side to reduce it. And the superintendent said, well, if the directive is that the school department can only have an increase of 3%, then that's the directive. So,
Good for him.
so he is, working hard. He said that the balance sheet has not been in balance for quite a number of years with the school department. And he was hoping to sort of more do a fine surgical cut to the school department's budget. But now it might have to be a blunt cut, which he is not happy to do. But he also says if that's what needs to be done, then they could do it. The other thing is we talked about the school department themselves, increasing some of their internal revenues. And they have the ability to raise some funds internally, so they can increase their athletic fees, their club sports, their rental of the high school. So they're doing that. They're also looking at like the food service group of employees. They get, I think, federal funding, and I think out of that federal funding, they can pay their insurances from, where traditionally it would be coming from the town. So they're transitioning some of the insurance from the town's responsibility to the food service fees. So, everyone's working really hard and digging deep, and it's a challenge. But as a planning board member, at this point in time, there's not a whole lot except for I advocate for the planning department and what I think the funding that we need, yeah.
As healthcare costs go up, is there any talk about having employees share that burden? Does that even come up?
So that has been discussed, and that has said it's under contractual agreements. It was also discussed if we know as a town that we can only increase our taxes by 2.5%, then that's what we're limited to on our contracts.
Right.
In our raises and steps and lanes. So, it's, we want to encourage and support and employ as many people as we can in town, but we're just limited. We're limited by the tax levy. And it's not sustainable to keep having these overrides. The plan is really to have, they're talking about an override of every 4 years. And that's, from a small business perspective, that's not sustainable. Because if the homeowner's property tax went up 13%, small business property taxes have gone up more than that. So we want to encourage small businesses to come in, but we also have to recognize the fact that small businesses are struggling, and small businesses are laying off people as well. So it's a balancing act.
Thank you, Maggie, that was great. We're getting close to 11, so I think we just have a couple of last agenda items. Just an update on the open space and recreation plan from Horsley Witten. Liz, if you wanna speak to this.
I'm gonna let Avante take that.
Or Avanti, okay, great.
Yeah, so I did receive a cost estimate to finish up the open space and recreation plan on Tuesday. And so kind of in this memo that I received from him, it kind of discusses some of those outstanding items which remain. In the cost estimate, there was a couple of options outlined in relation to environmental justice outreach, which is one of the requirements for finishing up the plan. I, as well as Liz, have kind of expressed our interest in option number 2, where there's more individual engagements. Just we feel like it'll be the best way to reach out to some of those populations which have not yet been engaged as much yet, like some of the youth population, and obviously some of the people in the environmental justice block groups. So to summarize, like total cost, kind of based off of those options, so kind of option 1 altogether would be $14,255. And then option 2, the option that Liz and I prefer, is just a little bit more, $15,415. So that cost, besides those engagement options, includes those other items which need to be finished, which includes things like finishing up the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan, a little bit of the inventory and map stuff. Meredith, you came in the other day and helped answer some of those, so that was very much appreciated. Yeah, and a couple other things, but yeah, that's kind of the cost estimate to finish up the plan.
Did with that cost, did Craig give any sense of time frame, like how long doing those public outreach? I've been on this committee and we have been working on this it's been a number of years. And so it would be great to wrap this up, because to complete this, and the Parks Department is anxiously awaiting, because receiving grants, the town to receive some Parks Department grants relies on the completion of the open space or the updated open space and recreation plan. So I would entertain a motion to approve moving forward to finish this plan. It's almost completed. But it would be great to find out what the timeline would be.
So Meredith, my understanding was that Horsley Witten was the delay in getting this done. And was their contract not inclusive of the scope of work originally?
Yeah, so Liz and I did ask, because we were kind of curious for specifically like the draft report elements, because we were like, oh, like imagine like that would be like included as part of like the original budget for like doing the plan. He left a few comments related to that. I think it's kind of as you may expect, and what's been shared. The inventory apparently took quite a while, and that again, that took a while. He also said that there was considerable effort in early 2025 with Cheyenne and Nick Connors to get them caught up on the plan, provide status updates. but without any resolution or additional data provided to move the project forward. And then just also notes that kind of late last year, early this year, he's been working with Liz and I, but said that he could discuss further to clarify if needed. But yeah, that was his response when we asked about why there are those costs, so. Which, I mean,
I support getting the work done, but I also think that they didn't live up to their prior contract by having such a long delay. And the delay really led them into a situation where there were staffing changes, right? So I don't necessarily not want to approve it based on that, but I would like them to commit to a time frame and deliver within the time frame. So if this is going to be the funding, then I wanted them to say, we will commit to have it complete 100% in 6 months or whatever that time period is.
Or else. Seriously.
I don't know.
I guess I'm just not entirely comfortable with it. You know,
With what?
with authorizing another $15,000 for something that they didn't manage very well and put us in this position, so maybe I don't know, maybe I'm not recalling
I
this
think a lot of
well
it has
enough.
actually been on us. And when Tim was leaving, there were a lot of things that were put on hold that were
By the town.
by the town.
But
And it was
do you have an
staffing
opinion though
changes.
that they slowed their process down and that led them into a period of transitions?
I
Meredith,
mean,
you've
this
been on the
is, this
committee, this
new
is just-
outreach, this,
So the environmental justice communities outreach, which is about 5,000 of it, a little bit more actually, because we were hoping for the more sort of enhanced option, so it's about 6,000. So 6 of the 15 is new. They changed the
they
regulations.
changed, that's what I thought, that was
They
not
changed the
included.
What are they
regulations.
doing?
Pardon me?
What is that? What does that look like? What are they
We
doing?
have it in the packet.
Yeah, I mean,
It's outlined.
there's a pop-up at the food pantry, there's a.
So I saw that list, that's that list that's in the.
That would be, those were the four suggestions, and that's kind of based on recent projects, conversations, you know, we attended the Connect Milton forum when I first came on board, so I'm familiar with that group. I thought it would be important to involve the seniors. I thought maybe we could go to like Unquity House maybe and have a table, you know, that sort of thing. So it's hard to get people, it's hard to get people, you gotta go where they are. So it's a little bit more expensive to do the pop-ups than just sort of hold a meeting in here and hope people come.
I completely support the outreach and that's a new component. But I do think that this is an important component because if we think about where we have the environmental justice community in precincts, I think 1 and 10 in particular, it's where there's the least amount of access to open space opportunities, to playgrounds, et cetera.
What is not
So-
required now is the ADA accessibility, but I think that's an important, because it's a self-evaluation by the town of our ADA, you know, access to our parks and recreation. Although that piece is no longer required, so they have changed some of the
I think that's a good piece too.
Yeah.
You say
And
they, you mean the state or Horsley Witten?
The state.
State has changed the
State
criteria for this.
dropped that
Dropped that.
requirement.
What's interesting, they would drop a federal law, ADA, and I'm very sensitive to that. I had a special needs sister, my niece has Down syndrome, my mother has MS, they all live in Milton. So, to me, ADA is like a huge thing. So that's really disappointing that they dropped that part of it. And a lot of families in our environmental justice neighborhoods have a higher percentage of kids with autism. And I would think that the ADA component is huge. So that's really disappointing to hear. And just back to, like, I know in my business, when I give an estimate to somebody, and if I have a changeover in staff, my customers are like, yeah, I'm not gonna pay you more because you had a change over in staff.
It's the client side that's having, it's not the consultant who's had a change.
Right,
we-
so.
I understand that on a consultant side, if you have a project that drops for 2 years and you're not working on it, it's not the same price as what you gave when you started, because you have an opportunity to increase your price. Plus, you have a reactivation, you gotta get people up to speed, then you have to get the staff up to speed. I get that, I just want them, I wanna get this done, I think it's important to have the opportunity to seek grants. I just would like an end date that people can commit to and not have it drag out. So I'll make a motion to utilize the planning board study funds to complete the open space and recreation plan, utilizing option 2 for outreach for the amount of $15,415.
I would second. Is there further discussion? And I wanna say one of the things I meant to say during discussion. What took so long is mapping in our town of the land parcels and who owned what was in conservation, what's town owned, what's under the Parks Department. This has been an unknown for a long time, so it's cleaning up something that has not been understood for years. I asked John Kieran one time, I said, do you know of your conservation land, how much is protected? And he said, I don't know what's protected and what's not protected. So that's gonna be another layer that we're gonna have to deal with, because Pope's Pond, we all know, everyone thought it was protected, but it wasn't. So there are parcels that we may think are protected and are not, but DCR, all the conservation land, who is under what jurisdiction? Is it under the Conservation Commission? Is it under the Parks Department? That's been like a web of trying to detangle all of, the Milton Land Trust was dissolved, some of it went into the Wildlands Trust, others went into other parcels went into the Concom. So Tim was wading through this and working on this for a long time, and then he ended up leaving, unfortunately, and so it just that whole process got dropped, and so.
I thought a lot of that I thought Tim had completed a lot of that internally during the whole land swap. I feel like I have a spreadsheet somehow of identifying all sorts of the lands and who owns it, and that's when, it was during the land swap when it was discovered that Pope's Pond wasn't actually protected, and through my whole entire life, it was always assumed that it was protected because it was passed by town meeting, approved by town meeting, and I think federal funds were used to do it. So to me, that was a huge surprise.
There was a lot that they didn't, that were just, nobody knew, like they were just black holes.
And it was supposed to be an easy fix, because I called the Executive Office of Environmental and Energy Affairs, and he said, yeah, all town has to do is come down and change the deed. And this was, I'm going back 3 years. I said, oh, so on Monday, we could go and fix it, and he's like, yeah. And it just hasn't been done. So I've been super frustrated by Pope's Pond.
I didn't mean to open that, but back to, I don't wanna.
So I wanna come
derail.
back to.
That's because it makes the land swap
So
that
is
much more
the
attractive.
ADA self-assessment, that's additional services? What they would have had responsibility for initially?
No, that was initially in their contract. It's no longer required, but everybody felt it was still important to
Okay, so if it was
complete
in
that
the,
work, because they've started it.
okay, so if it was in the contract, I'm
Yep.
trying to understand why we're paying more for it now.
My understanding from what Avanti said was that they've spent their fees on things that were not anticipated, which is bringing 2 levels or 2 layers of staffing completely up to speed again, and having to do additional mapping and parcel evaluation that they weren't anticipating previously. And then the environmental justice is a new piece that's required. So it's.
Yeah, the environmental justice you've explained, and I understand that our team would like option 2, so that's $6,000. But the rest of it, I guess I just wanted to understand, like, as Avante said, the draft report, would they not have been responsible for a draft report initially? But there's another $6,000 there, am I right?
Yeah, no, there is. And
Another
they-
$4,000 in a draft report. I just wanna make sure that they're being accountable to us. I mean, sure, if we screwed up and we had, we've had changes in staffing and they had to do things twice because they have a different staff, that I totally get that. But I also feel like they should be accountable for something that they should have been accountable for. I don't wanna be paying twice for something that, I'm only speaking for everybody in town. It's the taxpayers ultimately we're responsible for representing here, but that's my question,
Well, some of the items on the draft report, like for instance, like section 8 public comments, like they haven't finished the final public process yet, right? So there's information that's missing from some of those elements, right? That he just doesn't have yet. So there's some energy involved in going back, even if he's got, 85% of a template for, say, section 1 or section 2. There is some effort involved in going back and filling in those blanks because some of that information just hasn't been collected yet. Part of it is that. I had the exact same concern, honestly, which is why we went back to him and said, people are gonna ask, like, this was in the original scope. You build against this item in the original scope, so where is it?
So I think
But I think it is fair, that there are gaps that he can't fill yet because the answers haven't been given to him yet. Like for instance, like with the transition plan, it has to go to the Disability Commission, they have to prioritize things. Like there's a process there that has to happen, it hasn't happened yet. So he needs to be able to take that information, collate it, get their prioritizations, and then wrap that into this draft report. So there's work
But is he doing
there.
it twice, Liz?
Pardon me?
Is he doing it twice?
No, because it hasn't gone to the Disability
So
Commission
that's why I
yet.
don't understand why it's another charge. That's, I guess, what I'm asking.
I guess what I'm thinking.
It's fair, I think it's time, I think it's everything Cheryl said, I think it's the timing, I think it's the the lapse in the timing, I don't know,
So the way I would think of it, and when I think of my business, if I provided a proposal to a client 5 years ago, when did you start this? At least 5 years ago,
Yeah.
right? And my set of assumptions were that it was going to get done in 2 years and that the town would provide this information in this time frame, and my team would have a continuous path of getting the work done. When you have a gap of a year or two in doing work, their staff may have changed also, they have to get up to speed on their end, it's not their fault and oftentimes these proposals will say that they're only valid for a certain period of time, and if the work stops, there'll be a sort of re-engagement charge.
Did this say that?
I haven't seen this particular proposal, so I don't know.
Yeah,
But-
I don't know.
I mean, if anybody thinks we're all business owners here, if you do a proposal for something, and your cost of, you base your cost
course.
on, 2 years, the cost of doing things 5 years ago, you can't just delay it forever and expect the cost to stay the same. So that, to me, is part of why I think they need additional funds at this time to finish it because of some of the things that were out of their control. From what I read, they were waiting for information from the town that they haven't received.
True.
And so they weren't able to finish the plan, in looking at that. So I think there's probably the incremental increases that they spent time doing things and therefore they're out of their fee. And so
Yeah, we have nowhere else to go. I mean, we're not gonna find
And,
somebody
you know,
else. We're stuck
this-
with these guys.
the fact is, if we had to redo this, and the fact that this is a necessity for not only grant funding
Right.
opportunities, but for the work of the Concom and others, I think it's one of the effects of having a shortfall in our department, in the planning department for.
So then
Period
that
of
goes
time.
back to, if you look at our $4.5 million free cash, what takes up or goes into that $4.5 million
Tim's
free
salary?
cash is Tim's
Cheyenne's salary?
salary,
Yeah.
Cheyenne's
Julia.
salary,
Yeah.
Julia. So so our department has contributed to the free cash. So our department needs to get some of that free cash back.
We're about to contribute more to it because we've got all of this fiscal year left. And so we've got some opportunity to put it to good use.
So that's why I keep advocating, and I wanted a list of, I emailed Nick the other day and I said, I wanna know exactly what contributed to this $4.5 million free cash.
Some of it is stock market gains.
Yeah, it is,
Which is
correct, it
nice.
is the,
But you gotta be careful not to blow that next
But we don't wanna blow
year.
that and correct, and then, cause we'll start the next year at a deficit. But I really think some of that money should go back to the departments that actually contributed to it.
So on that note, do you think could Concom and Parks pay for a little bit of this? Why does this all come out of our budget if it's for everyone's benefit?
So Concom will argue that they don't have
a
a
budget.
budget. However, they get all the tree
Don't they get
money.
fees?
They get all the tree
And
money,
fees.
not that I wanna waste it on this, but to your point, they should use some of that.
What about Parks?
It's under the planning department's purview to both the master plan, the open space and recreation, housing production plan. There's certain requirements that fall under the planning board.
Alright,
So we just need to advocate, ask Nick for more of that $4.5 million back to our
that's all you gotta do.
department.
That's all you gotta do. Yeah.
So I know we're not in a great position, I
No, they
understand,
got us
but
over
we
a
are
barrel.
where we
We're
are.
gonna say no.
So,
It's a nice business where you can just add things like that.
okay. Do we wanna do a roll call or are we good with supporting this? I know it's,
Yeah.
But I mean, I think I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know what it started out as and I don't know where the breakdown is in accountability. We have something, you're asked, us to get this consultant to finish the work and I don't know, I mean, I think I'm approving something blindly, to be honest with you, which I don't like to do.
Is this the same architect or consultant that's doing the Wharf Park?
no, that's a different consultant. But they wanna tie in to, I think some of the work that they will do will feed into, this work.
And it will help with the recreation master plan, which is also underway as well.
Right.
So,
Yeah, they're
and
waiting
the
on some-
ADA transition work will be very helpful to inform that process. So there's a lot of good reasons to get it done. It's
And
not,
if you
it's
listen
not
to-
ideal.
yeah, if you
I was
listen
looking
to
for
the-
I was looking for the quickest route from A to B, you know?
And if you
So-
listen to the selectmen's meeting the other night, 25% of our population is over the age of 60. And they only, each resident, I think, what is it, they get $60 per each resident, that's the funding that the Council on Aging gets. So I am a firm supporter of increasing accessibility to our 60 years
Oh, for sure.
and older residents.
Thank you.
All right, so let's have a vote, all in favor of supporting.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone abstain? Oh, you did, okay, I know.
It's a
All right.
reluctant aye, but it's an aye.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so we have just one other item, Liz, if you wanna.
Do you wanna just sort of table this until the 12th, or do you wanna
Housing production.
try to talk about it? I literally got an email today from Nick saying that the Affordable Housing Trust folks had voted or had agreed to partially fund this with the planning board. So do you want me to get you that information from that email and then
Do we
table it
know
till
the
the
amount
12th?
of that?
I think it was a third and then maybe a third
From the
potentially
select board?
coming from the select board, right? But I don't know if that's
All right,
100%.
let's take that up let's put that on the agenda for our next meeting, but we really do, we've been out of,
We need that.
this is
It was
expired.
refreshing to see a different consultant. For me, that was good.
Well, she's the one who's done the last 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but I'd never seen her name before
Yeah.
in my 3 years that I
Yeah,
was
she
here,
did a
so
great job.
It was just refreshing not
And
to see
hopefully
UTL or MAPC or
So just, one of the questions I had was any role that other parties might play in it. I know that the last time I served on the committee and I think Rich Beeler did. And it was a committee, a housing committee that the select board put together and Melinda Collins chaired that committee and engaged with that consultant. So I just was curious
talking about
whether the select board and the
Yeah,
Affordable
I'm the
Housing
planning
Trust.
board's rep to that committee, but they've never met.
Which committee?
Another housing committee.
The housing,
It was a housing committee.
Oh, housing production.
That committee doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I know, because of what, it didn't exist anymore.
It disbanded that housing
Yeah.
committee, so.
so that was a question
Okay.
on, by updating, because that was a huge overhaul of the whole housing production plan. If we're updating that housing production plan, that was the question maybe for Liz to ask, to talk to the consultant. Do we
Yeah.
need,
The full scope.
do we need the full scope, do we need to reform a committee? I would like to see this completed, the update as soon as possible.
So the biggest challenge I recall is you actually have to pick locations where you think housing will and could go.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to be realistic. And so, sites have to,
MBTA zoning go into
That's what I
that?
was thinking.
And wouldn't our ADU?
I don't know, that's for the consultant, I think.
That's what I was gonna
Because
ask.
it's HLC who has to approve the housing production plan and HLC, anything's changed.
Overlay zoning, all of our new, that's all new since our last housing production plan, the East Milton overlay zoning, the Milton Village. I think that was,
Outside, there's a ton of.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case and we can use something we've already passed, then I do think it's a quicker process.
that's what I was.
Than having to, because you need a public process if you're going to designate other sites too.
Right.
But one of the big benefits that I found of the last one was the data. I mean, they really provided a lot of really good data.
Yeah, so we're
And
gonna need to update all of our numbers.
But it also
all of that
opens
data
us up
will
for
be very
grants.
helpful.
It will, and how many affordable units we've been built, how much we've permitted, all those,
All of that, that's what I
All
mean,
those
all the
40
data will be
Bs.
really helpful to have in one place.
all the 40Bs that have been approved, those were all post.
And I think it's great if the Affordable Housing Trust and the Select Board each contribute a third. With that, I would think one representative from each of those different committee would want to be a participant. One from the planning board and staff, it seems to me is enough.
If there's an agreement and an understanding that it will be paid for by the three entities, a third, what would we be doing on the 12th?
But
In our
we would be voting on the amount of our portion.
Is it
We
like
would be approving that.
7,000,
Okay.
right?
So this, all right, so this is the email that came in today. Affordable Housing Trust voted to commit to funding a third of the proposed fee. The Affordable Housing Trust would also like to have participation on a committee to oversee the work. There was a similar working group that oversaw the 2020 plan. Would the planning board like to contribute a third? And then if the planning board would like to do that, then the select board could potentially do the other third. And he is suggesting a 9-member committee, maybe, like you say, maybe it's 1 member from each of the groups to be more workable. So that's it. That was the email from this morning.
Is the fee identified?
Yeah,
The fee is in the scope, yeah, that was in your packet.
23,000, is
I think
that?
it's, yeah, somewhere around 22. I honestly would have to circle back to see if there was any change to this price based on kind of like what you guys were talking about, like as far as, that this isn't sort of like a comprehensive overhaul. My sense, I actually thought this price was gonna be higher when I solicited it, so I think it's just, she's terrific planner and consultant, but I think it does hit all of the regulatory requirements.
So it's 22,000 here, so a third would be what, 7,000?
333.
I mean, I think the details of the scope can be worked out between you and her. And I think having a committee with at least one representative from the planning board makes sense. So I would make a motion to, if you're willing to
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah, no, I think it was, I
to,
wanna see this get.
to allocate, let's just say, up to $7,500 from the planning board's budget to go towards the update to the housing production plan, understanding that a committee will be formed and at least one member of the planning board will serve on the committee.
Second.
Can we recommend that it's not a 9-member board? Because I do think the more people on a board, it does become more cumbersome and it becomes harder to get a quorum. So I don't, I would rather see
I think we may have
smaller.
had like 6 before, maybe it was more than 6. but-
Yeah, it looks like
Katie Collins,
Yeah.
Linda Collins.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 minus Bill Clark.
Yeah, I can tell you that 11 didn't participate on a regular basis.
So I think that's just too.
For an odd number, right? 5 or 7?
We need a smaller
7.
group.
But I don't think it needs to be in the motion.
That's,
Can the motion be the dollar value, $7,333, which is what is our third?
Instead of up to 7,500.
Why not be exact when we can, right? We can be exact.
All right, I'll take it
Supporting
as a
1/3.
friendly amendment.
all right, all in, you had a second, so Jim seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Nice.
Great, so. Yeah, let's get her hired. One less thing for the 12th, absolutely. And
Motion
so,
to adjourn?
with that, a motion to adjourn?
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Especially those 3-hour meetings, 4-hour meetings before.